2022. What we are doing here today is part of the recommendations from the policy document, which says that we should engage in cognitive behavioral education, under which we have peer-to-peer education.
We have actually been spreading our campaign against drug abuse. Just this week alone, we mapped out, the whole of the week, to commemorate the UN Day against drug abuse, which was actually on the 26th. Yesterday, Lagos State Command of NDLA had the grand finale, and all these efforts are geared towards dissuading the public, dissuading the populace, the citizens, from taking drug.
The topic of discussion focuses on the influence of drug abuse among Nigerian youths. The debate starts with students of Queen's College, Yaba, and the Girls Senior Grammar School, Obalende. It was followed by other schools with the students speaking dispassionately.
We have known for decades that addiction is a medical condition, not an incurable brain disorder, not a medical flaw, not a character flaw, or a form of social defiance. Yet, with the overwhelming evidence supporting this position, drug use continues to be criminalized.
I strongly oppose the motion with the following points. Management of available resources. Instead of wasting the available resources on the well-being of the drug abusers, why not use it on enlightenment programs that will stop the masses from going into the action? Prevention, they say, is better than cure. The money spent on these drug abusers can be used for the development of the educational sector.
We had a chat with some of the students who shared their views on the menace of drug abuse to the society.
Drug abuse is also one of the activities that is being carried out. If you look around, our students no longer go to school. They go to school to take drugs. They go to even in classes that are taking drugs.
Our economy today is not really helping the poor people. It's like most poor people are getting poorer and the middle class are also getting poorer. So if you're blaming poverty for the cause of drug abuse, that means that drug abuse is really, really increasing. With the alarming rate of drug abuse among young people, perhaps debates such as this will go a long way in nipping the issues in the bud. Uyime Afia, Plus TV News, Lagos.
And staying in Lagos, the state governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has opened the newly built containerized modular school classroom block in Vetland Junior Grammar School, Agege. He described the digitalized modular school as the future of public schools in Lagos, Nigeria, and Africa in general. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikukwedokun tells us more.
This is the Vetland Junior Grammar School in Agege. The school was carved out of the existing Vetland Grammar School and officially took off on 6 January 2003. The formal commissioning brought so much excitement to the students, parents and teachers as Governor Sanwo-Olu made his way through the crowd. The governor in his keynote address told the gathering that his goal was to build schools of the future, public schools that are driven by cutting-edge technology. He described the modular school as a milestone on the journey towards ensuring that no child is left behind in Lagos State.
This is the future of public school in Lagos. This is the future of public school in Nigeria. We believe this should be the future of public school in Africa. In terms of some numbers, our administration so far, we've constructed over 800 new classroom blocks in public school system, while we're completing rehabilitation of about 200 primary schools and secondary schools, all within the next couple of weeks. We've also added about 180,000 units of furniture that have been supplied across all the 6 educational districts in the state.
Commissioner for Education Folashade Adefisayo thanked Sanwo-Olu for keeping his promise of increasing the ministry's yearly budgetary allocation. She described the Vetland modular building as one for ages.
Biometrics. And what this is going to do is that we are moving our children into the 21st century.
Chairman of the Special Committee of Rehabilitation of Public Schools, Hakeem Smith, noted that a new intermodal containerized building would encourage hybrid learning. He said pupils can learn remotely because of the type of technology deployed in the school.
In 10 years from now, the kids from Vetland are the ones who will digitize your civil service. It will be native to them. It will be native to them. It will be what they are used to doing from day one already. They would be the corporate leaders tomorrow who are going to be solving with critical thinking skills that they would learn in this classroom, solving problems for Lagos State. They would be the inventors in 2 years from now from the technology they have here.
When you bring traditional learning into modern day technology, you have them at your fingertip. They are interested, they come alive. And then this solution, this technology sitting in this classroom allows them interact with the teacher. There's room for critical thinking. There's room for creativity. So it's not just the teacher talking and writing. Now they are actively involved. You can see that all of the pupils have a PC. Everything going on the screen is replicated on their PC. So they get to interact and collaborate.
The containerized modular school building comprises 9 regular classrooms, 3 laboratories, and 4 staff rooms, all solar-powered. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, PlusTV News.
From Lagos, we move to Ondo State, where the state government has ordered all public and private institutions in the state to install closed-circuit television on their premises on or before August 1st, 2022. This followed the directive of Governor Rotimi Akeredolu that CCTV should be installed in all public and private institutions across the state as part of the measure to fight insecurity in the state. In a statement issued by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Security Matters, Akogun Adetunji Adeleye, the Governor said that any institution that failed to comply with the directive would be shut down. And still in Ondo State, the state government has said it will continue to encourage gender mainstreaming through inclusion of women in governance. Special Advisor to Ondo State Governor on Gender, Olamide Falano, disclosed this at a 3-day workshop on gender mainstreaming and development of gender policy in partnership with Action Aid Nigeria in Akure, the state capital. She said the training is designed to enhance gender-responsive planning, budgeting, and implementation process, while she congratulated the participants for being part of a global trend on gender awareness. Hence, the training will equip them for tasks ahead.
Policies actually give focus to whatever we do as a state, and that's why the gender policy is going to benefit on those. It's going to be a bankable policy, one that would ensure that we are able to give focus to the gender activities and give focus to the development and trajectory to the gender arm of government in the state. So it's also going to bring us lots of benefit.
They are now a change agent. They must perform their duties in their respective local government with a view to ensuring that gender equality is maintained, that who are due for one position are allowed to take it, and they must upscale their skill.
This one will have done some quick analysis of the gender issues in the state, and then their skills in gender mainstreaming is also enhanced, and then their capacity to be able to promote gender equity and equality is also improved. These 3 major, because in the development of policy and implementation, you are measuring 2 things: the CAP, knowledge, attitude, and practice, and then the skills of the staff of government.
Now, the Olowo of Kuta, Oba Adekunle Makama, has said that the recent news flying around that the Abuja residence of the former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, was raided by operatives of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, and discovered some huge amounts of money and other items was not true, but sponsored by his enemies in order to tarnish his good reputation. Obama Kama at a news briefing in Kuta, Osun State, while reacting to the recent publication against the former Chief of Army Staff, lamented over the attitude of some people who enjoy destroying other people's images. He described the Nigerian ambassador to Benin Republic as a man with impeccable character and commended the ICPC for its timely clarification that the property and the monies recovered belong to a military contractor.
Facing the insurgency and banditry then, providing leadership to the army, they still put the blame that's supposed to be put at the table of the minister. They put it on his table. So, this should serve as a pointer to them that we know them. Let them go and bury their shame before we are their father, they are our sons, they are our children, including the one that originated the report. It's our son here, but they should desist.
Recall that the anti-graft agency had arrested the contractor, the managing director of K Salam Construction Company Nigeria Limited, Kabiru Salau, on suspicion of involvement in money laundering and has commenced investigation into the matter. The federal government, through the Nigerian High Commission to the United Kingdom, has hired lawyers to defend the former Deputy Senate President, Senator Ike Ekweremadu, and his wife Beatrice, over allegations of organ harvesting. The Senate President, who disclosed this after a closed-door session of the chamber on Wednesday, added that a delegation of the chamber would on or before Friday visit Ekweremadu and he also said the lawmakers who are drawn from the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs are expected to be in the UK on Friday. Lawan also commended the British High Commission for the way the alleged organ harvesting suit is being handled.
There will be a delegation to London to see the Sungu Senator Ike Ekweremadu and his wife, a delegation from the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Senate will leave in the next 2 days to London for that purpose. I want to urge all federal government institutions that can do anything to ensure that justice prevails in this case, that they do so, particularly the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is very, very critical and important that the government institutions provide those services that are required.
Ekweremadu and his wife were arrested by the London Metropolitan Police on Thursday for conspiring to bring a child to the United Kingdom for organ harvesting. The duo pleaded not guilty to the charges in Oxbury Magistrate Court, adjourning the case to the 7th of July. The House of Representatives has constituted an ad hoc committee to investigate the petroleum product subsidy regime between 2017 and 2021 by the NNPC. This followed the adoption of a motion by Sergius Ogun on the floor of the House on Wednesday in Abuja. In his motion, Ogun said he was informed that as of 2002, the NNPC purchased crude oil at international market prices, which stood at 445,000 barrels per day. He added that it was to enable it provide petroleum products for local consumption, saying he was concerned that as of 2002, the installed capacity of Nigeria's local refineries stood at 445,000 barrels per day. The Sultan of Sokoto, Muhammad Sa'ad Abubakar, has declared July the 9th as Eid al-Adha. Also known as Salah, Eid al-Adha will feature the slaughtering of ram during the period known as the Festival of Sacrifice, this being the second significant celebration in Islam. In a statement issued by the National Moon Sighting Committee, the Sultan urged Muslims to intensify prayers during the period. And now to other parts of Africa. The United Nations Special Representative to Democratic Republic of Congo, Bintou Keita, has said that the resurgence of the M23 armed group has brought repercussions for the security, human rights and humanitarian situation in eastern country. Keita, who also heads the United Nations Stabilization Mission in Democratic Republic of Congo, told the Security Council that the peacekeepers under her command were determined to protect civilians and help tackle drivers of conflict and violence. She, however, added that unity of purpose within the Council and among troop and police contributing countries remains essential for the mission to deliver on its core mandated responsibilities. And outside Africa now, Estonian Prime Minister Kaja Kallas has said that Russia wouldn't respond to Sweden and Finland by triggering a conventional war over their accession to NATO. Arriving for the second day of a NATO summit in the Spanish capital, Madrid, Kallas said that Russian President Vladimir Putin was more likely to respond through hybrid warfare methods. The comment came 2 days after NATO member Turkey lifted its veto over the bid by Finland and Sweden to join the alliance after the three nations agreed to protect each other's security. The son and namesake of late dictator Ferdinand Marcos has been sworn in as president of the Philippines, completing a stunning comeback for one of Asia's most famous political dynasties 36 years after it was ousted in a popular uprising. Marcos Jr. scored a rare landslide victory in last month's election, helped by what his critics see as a decades-long effort to alter public perceptions of a family that lived lavishly at the helm of one of the world's most notorious kleptocracies. In a speech that echoed his campaign slogans of unity, Marcos Jr., better known as Bongbong, vowed to take the country far on his watch with policies benefiting everyone. And in business news, Revenue allocation to federal, state, and local government has declined from a peak of 970.57 billion naira in July 2021 to 680.783 billion naira in May 2022, representing a 30% reduction in monetary fund estimates. And in entertainment news, rapper Abdulrasheed Bello, popularly known as JJ Skills, has announced a separation from his wife, actress Funke Akindele. JJC announced via his official Instagram handle that his marriage with Akindele has had issues for the last 2 years and that he had to move out of their home 3 months ago after Akindele insisted he did and had not been able to have a sit-down with her since the African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards on May the 14th. And in sport news, U.S. basketball player Brittany Griner is due to go on a trial in Russia on drug charges that could see her face up to 10 years in jail in a case that highlights the already fraught relations between Moscow and Washington. Griner, a star player in the U.S.-based Women's National Basketball Association, was detained at Moscow's airport on February the 17th, just days before Russia invaded Ukraine, unleashing a broader confrontation with the West. Russian authorities said the 31-year-old was carrying the vape cartridges containing hashish oil, a substance illegal in the country, and was charged with smuggling a large quantity of drugs, an offense that can carry up to 10 years in jail. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
Nigerian female artists have shown growth and made a remarkable impact in their music careers. The process of thriving, staying relevant, and consistent with music hits in the Nigerian industry that is so competitive is not as easy as its female artists make them seem. The following artists, in no particular order, have worked hard for their career success, which in turn has then made them top favorites. First off on the list is Tiwa Savage. Tiwa Savage, also known as Mommy Jam Jam, was already a major success by the time her debut Once Upon a Time arrived in 2013. She continued releasing hits throughout the following decade and expanded her global reach, performing at international festivals and venues and appearing on the 2019 soundtrack The Lion King: The Gift. With releases like her 2020 Cecilia and of course the latest 2021 Water and Gary EP, her sound grew to incorporate vintage Afrobeat influences, while her lyrics have become more socially conscious and female empowering. I mean, people can't seem to get enough of her most recent 2021 music hits featuring iconic American female artist Brandy, titled Somebody's Son.
Somebody's son, go find me one day. One day, I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, somebody's son, go love me one day. One day, I don't dare wait, don't stay too far away. One day, yeah.
Coming in at number 2 on the list is Mama Africa, as Yemi Alade is popularly known, which obviously can be argued was derived from her flamboyant display of African fashion she has consistently stuck to throughout her career. I mean, in 2016, she was named Brand Ambassador for African Fashion Week Nigeria and African Fashion Week London, respectively. But away from fashion, she is a Nigerian Afro-pop singer and songwriter who emerged in 2009 as the winner of the popular Pig Talent Show. After the Pig competition, she released her debut single Fimisile later that year. A deal with the Efizi Music Group yielded the 2013 international massive hit song Johnny. With over 138 million views on YouTube alone and counting, which was included on her debut album King of Queens in 2014. A mix of reggae, R&B, rap, and Afropop, the album featured a number of collaborations between notable producers and guest artists like Fino and of course Chidima. Her follow-up album, Mama Africa, was released in 2016 and featured the singles Do As I Do and Ferrari. A companion EP, Mama Afrique, followed in 2017. And to be very honest, she has not slowed down ever since in her music journey of conquering Africa with her indigenous sound till this very moment.
When my money no they complete, when my rising no get me so, when my life no they jolly, but now.
Number 3 is Tenny. Nigerian singer and songwriter Tenny is known for uplifting, stylistically eclectic songs that stand apart from her Afropop contemporaries. She first came into prominence in 2018 when a series of songs, including Case, found a streaming audience numbering in the millions. Her debut EP, Billionaire, followed in 2019. She signed with Magic Finger Records to release her first song, Amen, in 2016. Moving to Dr. Dollar's Entertainment in the following year, her second track, Virgin, found a broader audience, and the year 2018 brought mainstream hits like Case and, of course, the very likable Uyomeyo. She presented her first EP, Billionaire, in 2019 and was nominated for a BET Awards for Best New International Act and an MTV Europe Music Award for Best African Act. Still with Dr. Dollar, Tenny teamed up with DJ Neptune on the next year's The Quarantine Playlist EP.
Wanna make love on the moon, dancing to my tunes.
Earned her prominence from within Nigeria's alt-scene, alternative music and fashion subculture that has both chaffed against and filtered with the mainstream. Now, the stunning global One in a Million blow-up Rich of Essence featuring Wizkid has been nothing but transformative for Tems' career. Tems also appeared on Certified Lover Boy, the Drake album. Yes, the American rapper Drake. Tems featured on Drake's album that has topped the US and UK charts this month on the song Fountains.
You're the one. Turn me out of my mind. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body.
And finally, coming as number 5 is Simi. Simi is an award-winning Nigerian female music artist with years of experience under her belt. Her professional music career started in 2008 following the release of her first debut studio album titled Ogaju in 2008, which contains songs like Iyatemi and Araele, with the entire musical production from Apple Music and iTunes charts, and held that position for 3 weeks. Apart from staying steady on her game as a singer and songwriter, she can also be credited with mixing and mastering her now husband Adekunle Gold's debut studio album, Gold.
Shall we get assignment? But you no pay attention to the intimidation she dey face. No be like water.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayuame Saleh, and tonight Elsie and I are flying solo. Hello, Elsie Godwin.
Hi, how are you?
Rich
doing?
auntie vibes.
Don't worry, my money is marinating. My money is marinating.
How
Once
are
it's
you?
done, I'm gonna show you people.
Yeah, so please show us. We like the showing. How are you there?
I'm very well, thank you.
How was
How
your
are you?
day?
How was my day? Good. Yeah, good. I think it was a bit of a self-care day. Did my pedicure, my manicure, you know.
On week 2, so all my assignments, everything from week 1, I didn't do nothing. So I just sat down today and made sure that I finished at least week 1. So, and they won't even let me see what week 2 looks like because they need to approve some of the homeworks I've submitted. So, this schoolwork is not easy.
No, it's not easy. I think there's also an online course I registered for. It's supposed to be around mental health for journalists, and I don't think I've been able to open any of the slides. I just tell myself, Elsie, you're doing about 2-3 courses already in Pan Atlantic University, so don't kill yourself.
I'm telling you.
Don't kill yourself, you'll be fine.
And this one, now when I'm done, I have a couple of thousands of dollars I will need to spend to do the international one. So that I don't have like an international certification again. So it's a lot of money, but we are hoping that when we are done, it will bring money for us. And that's it. That's what we are pushing for. But hey, I saw that as I say kegs, is it that the fuel kills are back?
I will not sit to Jesus.
I saw kegs.
I will not sit to Jesus. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Please.
I saw kegs.
I did not see.
Meanwhile, since we have time for banter, did you go on that Twitter space?
Oh yes, I did. And so what was said is, or was
okay, for those that are wondering, yesterday we had talked about EFCC jailing landlords, right, for 5 to 15 years jail term if they rented their houses to Yahoo boys, right? So they were hosting a Twitter space today to explain the modality.
It's an act that has been there since 2006. I don't know how many landlords have gone to jail based on this. I don't think that anybody has. But just to reiterate, from what the people from EFCC on the Twitter space said, some of the offenses that has been listed on that act is obtaining property under false pretense. So you recall when we were talking about, you were asking me what if the documentation they give you is false? Then that is no longer your headache. It's a crime as well. Offense of counterfeiting currency, and then with intent to defraud, if you have an intent to defraud, they represent yourself as having the capacity to double or increase money. Fraudulent invitation by false pretense. So you see these people that invite their lover to Nigeria under false pretenses, that's a crime as well. Possession of fraudulent documents. So if you lease out property to a fraudulent person, you commit an offense and it's liable to not less than 5 years and not more than 15 years. But the caveat is if you know
that they are fraudulent in your transaction.
And then when the host started asking questions as to how people are going to know or to ensure that they don't know, he basically listed out everything we listed yesterday in terms of the due diligence you need to do, find out where they work, proof of income, go a step further to ensure that whatever letter they're providing to you is correct. I mean, call the HR, call the reference, and person should also have a guarantor. Someone that's standing in to say, oh, I know the character of this person, which is something that is done globally, you know. So it's a standard that people should uphold. But now that EFCC is looking into those clauses, if you've not been doing it, this is the right time to ensure that you are doing
And I was going to even say that the best thing to do
thing.
as a landlord, don't be stingy. It's just 10% you're giving to a lawyer. Hand your properties over. Currently now, I've moved all the properties to money. You know, she would be, so she's in correspondent to all the tenants and all of that. She will be handling them. So all these things, if you hand your properties over to a lawyer, it's just 10% from your rent that the lawyer will take. But at least it takes off that headache because the lawyers actually are obliged to do all those due diligence. So just hand it over. All right, so that's
it's not a new thing. We just like to make noise sometimes. And I think EFCC knows how to get Nigeria stuck in as well.
All right, so what am I going to say? That's not what we're talking about today. We just needed to point that in because as at 6 a.m. when the repeat was happening, 12:30 p.m., I'm sure they'll be calling now again because it's going to happen again at on Go TV, R2 TV. So, I mean, the lines were still buzzing, we're still getting messages, but at least now they've clarified. All right, so we're discussing career etiquette, right? There's an approach to transforming your life, you know. If you say you want to switch, I mean, like what I said about trainings, Elsie is doing about 3 courses. There's a lot that goes into success, especially in your career, right? So we want to discuss that today. And here's what we found as today's quote. When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. This from Victor Frank. Understanding professionalism as it pertains to the workspace or the workplace can be a new, unfamiliar and overwhelming subject. Professional etiquette is about presenting yourself with polish and professionalism that demonstrates you can be trusted and taken seriously. So today, Precious Eni is here to discuss career etiquette. We're asking about lifestyle choices that guarantees growth for you as an individual. We'll do all of that, but first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You are still watching Ways Now. International Day of the Tropics is observed each year on the 29th of June. This day helps highlight the significance of the tropic regions and the environmental and social economic challenges faced by them. The International Day of the Tropics 2022 also helps in encouraging to talk about the tropics, the region around the equator, which lie between the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn in the northern and southern hemisphere. The first State of the Tropics report by the James Cook University of Australia in collaboration with 11 other research institutes was submitted on the 29th of June in 2014, and the report looked at varied environmental, economic and social issues to understand whether terrestrial species and reduction of the mangrove forest cover, which is essential for the coastal integrity. Long and short story.
Happy International Day
of the Tropics. But I would love to actually bring someone that understands nature to have a conversation around how this impacts, because you see, we see a lot of things. You know, when they talk climate change, deforestation, blah, 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 we do not pay attention to these things because we're not able to relate it to how it affects us on a day-to-day basis, right? So imagine if we have, I was talking to a friend of mine, we're trying to do some real estate business. And he was saying that, because he lived in the US for a bit, he said there's a particular estate he lived, that if he, you know how you look forward to going home? Because as soon as you drive into that estate, the air is different, everything is clean. So it has all this nature infused in the estate. So he's trying to see the possibility. I say, if Nigerian landlord will help you, Nigerian estate owners, he's trying to see the possibility of replicating such an estate in Nigeria. In my estate, right, there was a place that was carved out for playground, trees, and all of that for children. Now, if you go there, you see they've got it to decking level.
That's ridiculous.
Do you understand? Like, we don't pay attention to the health of the environment. we don't pay attention. We just let it slide. And at the end of the day, we're having different illnesses and we don't know where it's coming from. So it would be nice to have someone that understands, you know, topics like this around nature and all of that. Come talk to us about this.
It would also be nice to bring, while you're bringing that person, also bring someone who would speak to it from the traditionalist point of view.
True.
Yeah. So let's balance it up.
I know someone that said that she took a herb when she was young and she never, till today, she's never had malaria.
Wow.
So those things are real.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I say you need to balance. In 2011, Lagos State House of Assembly of Lagos State, he said that while therapeutic termination of pregnancy was permissible under the state's law, the absence of clear guidelines had stalled the effective implementation of at appropriate levels of care, resulting in preventable death. So I'm glad that they're doing this finally. At least if you say that this is what should happen, there should be a guideline to help everybody, so they're sure that when they're carrying out or doing their job, nobody's going to come back tomorrow to arrest them. So this document has been long overdue, and we are moving somewhere. I don't know why you're smiling, but...
So I remember my very first encounter with Ireti Bakari Yusuf. I was on the show and she came in as a guest and we were talking about abortion. It was a very heated argument.
Was she for or against it?
She was for it, of course. Okay. I was for it. I was against it. But now they tell you so now, after years, in hindsight. But I don't know, do you support abortion? I think that should be a good topic to have maybe tomorrow. Do you support abortion?
The good thing is I'm not on set tomorrow.
God is good. We can switch the schedule, don't worry yourself.
I mean, I support it actually.
Why?
I think it's a strong decision, but it's still a decision to be made. And whether we agree or not, the woman bears the most broken America is not ready for, since we are where we are right now. But yeah, I'm for it really.
So I don't 100% support. I believe in, what's it called, practicing of, I think we should just have this conversation tomorrow. I believe in practicing of safe
so
intercourse, right?
The problem with saying that should be done, which I totally agree with, is that the hypocrites that are Nigerians as well will not allow you to have that important conversation with your child when they are ripe to know what contraceptives are about and what safe sexual practice is about. They're not ready to have that conversation. And then you see the result of not properly educating your child, and you are perplexed, you're worried, you're shouting, you're screaming, and then you say, don't abort, but then you're disowning the child, you're not...
Because what I was thinking...
You know, so it's a lot of complicated issues that come out of the lack of proper sexual education.
Yeah, because what I am even saying that even with
and even when it's proper,
even with married couple, when I hear you say that the child was a mistake, there's nothing such thing as a mistake. There's a is it 800 naira pill that is called morning after?
So it actually happens.
Do you understand?
No,
like
so you know, for every method of contraception, they never tell you that it's 100%.
Yeah.
Because the only one that's 100% is the one that men are supposed to be doing, which they have refused to do.
Which some of them are already taking into consideration now.
So we need to begin to move that conversation. I was reading somewhere of there being a pill that men should take, because you people are the source of the thing. Let's be cutting it from that angle before it comes to the place that it is.
You have to be on the show tomorrow if we're having this conversation. All right, so let me move on to my story. NCDC arrests dancing Gombe youth, says action poses security threat, right? The Gombe State Command of the National Security and Defense Corps has paraded about 20 girls and 14 boys, including minors, over alleged illicit dancing entertainment. So according to this report, there's a particular place, they call it Gidangala, right? They call that place Gidangala, where young boys and girls go there to go and like perform. So from the reports, they say that a lot of young girls are disguising and practicing prostitution in that house. And they say that a lot of women that are married run away from their home barely a month after just to go and be, you know, frolicking, what's the word? Frolicking around men, so and having sexual intercourse. And they're saying that hardly would you find around 20 to 22-year-olds, that most of them are teenagers and they are minors, and they know that this is a big security risk for the state. Not only would they breed kidnapping, it also bring a lot of crimes, to the state and all of that. So, things like kidnapping, robbery, cultism, some of them are being lured and killed. Others hide under the pretext of play to commit crime. So this is a story that it just caught my attention, because I was wondering when I saw them saying they were parading the girls, I was thinking maybe they were afraid of lynch. When people know that this is what you do, like, because again, the core North is very conservative in terms of like how you're supposed to behave in public and all of that. So I thought their arrest was to protect them against maybe any, what's it called? What's the word now? Jungle justice, if people see them and go and lynch them. But it's more to protect the state from, any growing threat of, insecurity, and probably menace of prostitution and all of that. So I don't know how this is going to work.
I will not pretend that I understand that story. So it is.
I don't know how that is going to work, but so he says, but although the owner of the house came out to say that's no such thing, that a lot of them are screened before they come in, but this guy revealed, as the state commandant, Waziri Goni, revealed that suspect posed a serious threat, and he said that that aside from them being involved in illicit dance, the entertainment house serves as an avenue for girls to, practice
So I
prostitution.
don't, even everything you were saying before you got to the point where the landlord came out to speak, or is it the owner of the
the owner of the entertainment place.
I don't believe the story. And I mean, this is Nigeria. Even your security operative can cook up anything against anybody just to feel like they're doing something, right? So I don't believe the story. I feel like there is a, when people take an atom of truth and mix it up with a lot of things, I think that's what's happening there. I just hope that the owner of that dancing group or platform or entertainment house can take care of these children, like do the right thing. If there is something that is missing in gap, then maybe they should do the right thing, but no, I don't believe the story.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the story, hopefully. All right, we'll take a break now. When we return, we want to talk about career etiquette. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, your lifestyle choices can't be isolated from other areas of your life, such as career. Whether it's studying towards your dream career, relocating for a new job, working long hours, or changing your career path, every lifestyle and career choice will have an impact on your other life's decisions. Now, some daily lifestyle habits obstruct the process of getting to the peak of your career. These lifestyle choices need to be replaced with new ones and trained to guarantee a clear path to the success you desire in your career. So what are some of the lifestyle choices that guarantees growth that you are practicing currently or you are about to start to practice now? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at PlusTvAfrica1 with the hashtag WaveShow. All right, so Elsie, let me come to you before I bring in, our guest. I just wanted to hear your thoughts because, I mean, this year you went all out to say, you know what, I'm changing a lot of things and I want to just, pivot my career into, a higher place. And, of course, you took the bold step, taking on expensive courses, right? Because it's not even cheap for you to start doing some of the courses that we're doing, right? So what propelled that choice for you?
I think you've answered the question already. I needed to be somewhere, and I also know that I need the required skills, and not just hard skills now, soft skills as well, to be able to be in the position that I found myself as well and where I want to be. Actually, when you're in a position where you have to be in charge of people and ensure that they put their best in whatever they're doing. So I think we've had this conversation as well where I said that I think one of the most important skills to have is the ability to learn and the willingness to learn. Once you have that and understand that you're not the avalanche of knowledge, then I think the sky would always be your starting point. So understanding that for you to move from point A to point B means that you're adding more responsibility to the responsibilities that you already have. And you also need to get the knowledge, the skills that you need to get to that point and sustain that point and then surpass that point. So it's just, I don't think it's rocket science, but I also see that a lot of people don't look at that work behind the scene. They just look at the result and, oh, you're earning this amount of salary and all that. They don't calculate or pay attention to all you need to do to be there and remain there and even go further. So I like that we're having this conversation and I'm hoping to pick some more things.
Absolutely, because I mean, for me, anyone that knows me knows I'm a junkie for training. See that one conference, one this, my money don't finish on top of trainings and all of that. But I realized that the product, the UWA that I am today, I would not have been anywhere near where I am today if I did not, really pay attention into personal development and personal growth for my, myself. Because so many things that I can boast of today that I am doing is because I also took out time. Like you, I'm a student for life. I keep learning every single day, But I want to also understand, because when even you then land those careers that are your dreams, there's a particular culture. There's a way you should behave, there's everything is a complete etiquette package. People don't pay attention to that part of the career. They just feel like, okay, now I've gotten the career. You just see people. Sometimes you're wondering, how did this person even land this job? Because, I mean, people are looking for jobs. You have that job and you're not able to, put in at 100%, what it is that you're doing.
It's even more important now because culture is really changing. The things you do to your staff, say, 10 years ago, and they will just take it, especially in this part of the world, that there is no job anywhere. Our Gen Zs now, they don't send you, right? I mean, and you need the workforce. You're not going to create this a different set of people to come and employ. You have to be able to adapt here. And again, when you're looking at technology is evolving every day. So if you don't even need to play in the tech space for you to know that you need to keep up, because the tools
links to tech.
So because the tools you need to even move your business further, whether you decide to call it a non-tech business or a tech business, it's all tech related. So people are creating co-working spaces that is virtual for people to be able to work. So you just have to keep up.
If not, you become obsolete. All right, let me bring in our guest. Precious is a survey broadcast communication specialist with vast background in communication, both in Pidgin and English language, public relations, etiquette, customer service, marketing, and TV radio presentation. As the founder and the team lead of foremost customer service and marketing outsourcing firm, Nuance Global Service Limited, she puts to use her over 2 decades of experience in the media sector to help companies manage all customer service concerns, giving them time to concentrate and of course, and make profit, right? They make a lot of zeros in making in the money numbers. And we are so excited to have her live. Might I add, she has an amiable personality. Yeah. She's joined us live in studio. Thank you so much, Precious.
Thank you. It's amazing being here. For a second, I was almost going to say that. Is this me?
It's you.
Thank you. You ladies are beautiful. Oh my goodness.
We try.
I'm overwhelmed and flabbergasted.
She's showing you some of the skills. So that she will draw you in first, and then whatever she asks.
So even when she's yarning dust, you'll just be, Thank you so much. I mean, so this is a fantastic conversation to have. Again, because like Elsie rightly said, I think COVID came with a lot of blessings. Even though, yes, it came with the lockdowns and all of that, but it came with a lot of blessings. It came with a lot of people thinking of so much that can happen, possibilities, right? I mean, I know someone that his job that he was doing wasn't paying as much, and they were now asking like every day and all of that. I said, no, can I not work remotely? If I have to come to the office, I'm sorry, I have to turn down the job. Guess what? Because he was doing 3 other jobs in other parts of the country, and that's what tech has leveraged on. So there is an art and there's a science to handling a career, right? And building a career. Yes. And a lot of people do not understand that part. They just feel like, oh, I just need a job. You can't just wake up and say you just need a job. There has to be something that you are, when they see you, when they think. So for instance, with Elsie, when I think efficiency, Elsie does not go to sleep. If something needs to be done, she makes sure that everything, I mean, Elsie would think like a week, 2 weeks ahead. She plans that far.
See me what are you feeling like? The camera should be on me, yes. Oh my God.
You know, so she's that effective. Elsie is one of those people you would love to be on your team because she just completely takes off the headache of. So when you're thinking to hire or whatever, first of all, those kind of people will be the top of mind for you because you know they've groomed themselves in that career path and they have that discipline and all the science and art to actually, you know, owning that career space. But you know, in your thoughts, maybe you just help us break it down. What is this career etiquette, right? And how does this lifestyle choices, you know, really do guarantee growth?
Okay, so talking about career etiquette, and first of all, break it down to etiquette. What is etiquette? I'd like to say acceptable behavioral pattern, and the word acceptable in emphasis, because I mean, what is acceptable in this part of the world may not be acceptable in another part of the world. I'll give you a typical example. I don't know if you did remember any time, sometime 2-3 years ago, I think, the Bella Hadid thing that she tried to take a picture in an aircraft with her shoe, I think focusing on an Arabic flag. And it was a deal breaker. It was a big deal. Now, that is because in their culture, in an Arabic culture, it is a crime for you to show somebody the sole of your shoe. Because it's deemed as disrespect. That is their way of life. That is an acceptable or an unacceptable behavior in that part of the world. So what is acceptable there, what is not acceptable there, may be acceptable in Nigeria. I mean, for all I care, I can cross my legs and show you my shit.
I heard when you are in Dubai, you don't cross your leg when you're talking in front of the,
Exactly. So that's why the emphasis has to be acceptable behavioral pattern. So what you know, it's not a one shoe fits all situation. So talking about career now, what are the things that you need to do to make yourself acceptable in your career path? The first thing I like to say is discovering yourself. A lot of people do what they think can only give them money, but not what can help them grow, not on their area of strength. People do not pay attention to their areas of strength. I give you a typical example with myself. I've been a broadcast journalist since 2003. That's about 18 years now, 19 years, right? And I've basically been talking on radio, TV, you know, in and out. And then I established a company called News Global sometime in 2012. We do media consultancy and all of that. So at some point, I'm a very restless person. So I did ask myself, what can I do to propel my career? And then I searched I have lots of gifts. You know, one of those people that have too many gifts and you'll be thinking, which of these talents now can help me shine? I'm just probably one of those. So, and then when I thought about all of it, I just told myself, Precious, you can't do anything better than talking. Because I realized in all that I do, I'm not as good as, you know, in them as when I talk. So I realized, and I said, okay, So I can be at home, and my staff can be at home and attend to people's businesses and attend to their customers while they stay at home, prepare, their businesses, package to their customers, and zero in on making profits. Oh, wow, great idea. So we take off the stress of the customer interaction, customer relationship, customer wahala. Customers can be really such a headache, So we take off
and
all
always
that.
Right.
Exactly, of course. You have to have the grace to handle customers. So we took off all that stress from you. And why you zero in on focusing on your business and making profit? Now that's a niche. Because I realize that not even every business owner understands what it is like, to attend to a customer. So you check out, first of all, discover yourself. Look at all the skill sets that you have. Which do I think can stand me out? Which do I think I can grow on? People make the mistake of trying to develop on their weaknesses instead of, improving, in their strengths, on the strengths that they have. So when you have discovered yourself, then you get to know which parts to toe. And then that makes it a bit, a lot easier for you. And then there are other things there are other things that follows too. For instance, building on your confidence. A lot of people have very less confidence level. Not quite a number of people can actually stand an interview panel. Of course, you know that. Not quite a number of people can actually market a product to you successfully or speak to people either in public or in person or individually successfully. So, for all I care, it is a gifting. It is something that you can also grow and, develop yourself in. So, you look at those skills, you talk to yourself every day. There are things that you do to help you improve on your confidence level.
So I like what you said about, because I think, again, a lot of times we always try to focus on where we are weakest the most to then build. I like that part where you talk, because it gives you a quick boost towards, that success, that growth.
Absolutely.
You focus on your area of strength, hone it a lot more, and push that, project that more, it just, okay. But let's go on a very short break. When we come back from the break, we'll continue the conversation. I'm sure Elsie has a lot of questions. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we are discussing career etiquette. We're asking about lifestyle choices that guarantees growth. And we have with us Precious Enyi. Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. All right, Elsie.
Yeah, so when she was asking the question, my mind kept going back to our university.
Okay.
Sometimes, or I like to believe, or I think the standard thing is for that place to be where you're groomed, to come out and be able to face the workforce and do the right thing. But we know that that's not exactly the case. The course I'm taking now is actually in a proper university, right?
Okay.
Even though it's not a degree course, it's a certificate course, but we see how their undergraduates are being treated, how they are being exposed to real life situations to help them even get placement in good internship and learn the work culture even from school, right?
Oh, wow. In Nigerian university?
Yes, in Nigerian university. Oh, wow. But that's not the case. I mean, you said wow, so clearly we know that's not the case, right? How do you then, or what steps would you advise these school leavers, those that are coming out of university, to take in order to build up their confidence and also begin to make choices that will help them get better jobs, you know, and just, I mean, because we also have conversation of we saying, yes, the unemployment rate is high, but those that with jobs are telling you there is nobody for the job. So employability is a problem as well. So how can, what advice would you give them in that regard?
Okay, so honestly speaking, I understand the fact that the university degree is supposed to guarantee the fact that you should be universally trained and universally knowledgeable, which is not exactly the case in this part of the country, sadly so. However, I mean, the onus lies on us to do what we can for ourselves. I mean, what the three of us are doing here, we did not learn in the university, did we? No. So I mean, you can help yourself. You can groom yourself. Yes, there are innate skills that people have. There are things that are inborn that we all do have. But then you also need to hone them. You also need to fine-tune them. You also need to, make them look better to fit into the society. You did say something about tech skills, and the university system does not guarantee all of that kind of growth. You need to take the responsibility of working on yourself. So you can read widely on things to do. You can attend courses, pay for private courses, or courses that can help you develop yourself. People even go as far as getting private mentorship, to help them grow and develop on the skills within their areas of interest. And there's quite a number of things that one can do to help them grow.
I was going to even ask that, because again, for someone like me that I'm far from where what I studied in school. I mean, you don't have any choice other than to just go and then invest some money in that space to be able to at least groom yourself. But I was going to say that in choosing a career path, right? I get you when you say, okay, pick your areas of strength and all of that. Specialization, how important is that? Because you see, I mean, what Elsie said, I remember having this conversation with Uti, and Uti was saying to me that when she just got back from the UK, I think they had thrown her in some department in the bank, but she quickly soon realized that that was not her strength and all of that, and she then carved a niche. And she said because she carved the niche and stuck to it, so over all her, how many years of career, it is one department. So even if she switched to a different company, it is still focused on customer, and all of that. So she grew that specialization so well, and that's why now she's like sought after in that space, right? So how important is specializing, right, in whatever career path you've chosen, and just sticking to it? Because it's one thing for you to be multi-talented. It's another thing for people to understand that if there's one person that can get this job done, this is the person. How important is that?
Consistency. Consistency. You can never go wrong with it. Back in the days, I used to tell people, there's this artist that sang the song, Why Me? I never liked that song, and then I was a radio presenter. So I would never play the song, but MTV Base and all the parties along the street will not let me hear what every day with that song. So I started singing, Why Me? So that's because it's been consistently in my ears, so I couldn't avoid it. So there's something consistency does. It does help you to refine yourself because you get better at it. When you do something continuously, and then you also find out that if you're very skilled at what you do, you find out and you discover better ways to also do that same thing.
Easier. Absolutely.
Better and easier ways. Then, if you're someone who is as restless as I am, you begin to look for a niche that others within that area of career are not looking at, that you can cover up and quickly cash in on. So consistency is very, very key when you're choosing a career path. And if you can remain in it, it just gives you that hold and that grip and, makes you that thing in that industry.
So we're talking about career growth now. If you're taking it back to specialization, unfortunately, I'm not a proponent of specialization because I find myself in an industry where, media comes from marketing, but I strongly believe that they are all interrelated.
I do agree with you,
because you cannot do marketing without being able to do communication and vice versa like that. And then you need the media as well. So it's a challenge for me, which was why. But for entry level, for example, or for even someone who wants to switch from what they are known for to something else, are there steps you'd advise they take in order to be able, well, of course, being able to take courses that would help you be better is one, but how do they then carry themselves in that regard?
Step by step.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, you're into media and all of that, but perhaps you just want to take marketing a bit more serious, and you cannot be looking like a fine kid that will use Gary bag to, wear, and you want to do marketing, because you remember that when it comes to marketing, because it requires your physical presence, your appearance matters. As a matter of fact, they would say that your physical appearance even does quite a substantial
90%.
amount of the marketing for you before you even open your mouth to speak. So that means if you're someone who does not have a very attractive dress sense, attractive in the sense that, acceptable dress sense, you may have to work on your dress sense. I'm not casting any aspersion on people who, have a certain way of dressing, but then you understand that in that industry that I am looking at switching to, what is etiquette? What is the acceptable way of, dressing in that industry? And then how can I make my own dressing a bit, a bit more touche, let me use that word, a bit more refined and better, something that would give people a second look at me, like, okay. And then also learn, for something like, learn to create a very good first impression, because you cannot want to dive into marketing without having an impression. Remember, there are people who are just a bit docile because it's their nature. So there are people who will be in this room, for instance, and it won't look like they're around because it's their nature. But if you discover that you're someone like that
has a presence,
of course, you may need to work on yourself. You may need to do things to help develop yourself, because you cannot not have a present and want to come and market. What are you marketing? Because people would barely see you. So there are things you have to work on. And I'm sorry, but probably talking about physical appearance, I may have to mention a few things. Understanding that you may be communicating with people and meeting people. Also work on your
hygiene. I said it for you.
You can't be Holy Spirit. There's no way you can be Holy Spirit. You can't be reading my lips. Because I realize that a lot of people take personal hygiene for granted because they feel like it's what it is. But you cannot be smelling offensive and you're going to market something for somebody. The person just can't wait to let you go. Do you understand? So you may think that it just accepted you.
Body
odor. For me personally, as an individual, I find it offensive to see a plaque or a tattoo or anything in somebody's teeth while we're talking. Because, there are things that ordinary scaling and polishing handles for you. And as little as 10,000 naira does solve that problem for you. So,
even less.
Exactly. And then for a lady or a gentleman, it's, I don't know, do we all do this? That somebody can be talking to us and we're looking at the person's nails unconsciously without even knowing that we're doing it, because, and then how would you feel if you notice some dirt lying down in your mind? This person. So, people who are looking at doing jobs that would expose them to people daily should also look at working on their overall hygiene.
So staying on the subject of hygiene, because I know that some people have actually lost promotions at work. How important is this? Because some people have lost promotions. There was a time where it came to 2 candidates, right, based on competence, highly competent and all of that. And the choice that was made was based on hygiene, was based on etiquette, right? It was based on the look and feel, the appearance, the behavior, courage. The courage and all of that.
Do you carry the brand?
Because some people just, when you look at them like, you can't relate them as a top managerial, at a top managerial position. Not because they are not intellectually competent to handle that position, but because their appearance, the etiquette part of their system has not kicked in yet, right? So
before you even land that question, it's also important for people to understand that we're not saying don't be conservative. You can be conservative in your dressing. Oh, I don't wear necklace, or I don't wear this, or I don't show any part of my body, and still have that courage that we're talking about and just maintain the hygiene, because there are people who mix it up. Sorry, I had to add that.
You needed to add that because even AK on the show, AK doesn't have earring holes, not to talk of, when she appears, she appears. So I needed to harp on it more because people don't understand, because when they see people talking about, oh, I need to go and get my hair done, I need to go and get my nails done, I need to get my makeup done, they feel like, oh, is this not too much? It's not too extra. It's not, but, I mean, people have actually lost jobs, promotions, and all of that based on that. Maybe so you need to harp on that.
I'm actually quite impressed to hear that people can lose promotion because of this, because that means the management of that organization pays attention to details. So that's how they pay attention to details. That's very important. I do like that a lot, because I mean, people are beginning to take their workplace for granted. One of the things that you need to understand is to understand your workspace, your work environment. That's also part of work etiquette. So you must understand, you know, so when you know that you work in an airtight environment, like an environment where there is AC all through, you cannot afford to be the one that spoils the air anytime you enter. It's bad now. It's very bad now. Or anytime you open your mouth to speak, oh goodness me, you know. And please, this is not in any way making fun of people who have health conditions. No, but as far as I know, health conditions like that can be managed. Can be managed. So I feel like people just do not pay enough attention to certain things about themselves because they feel it is less important.
Thank you.
That it's not important enough. I mean, it's harmful and bad enough, and I'm trying not to use a bad word, that you subject your spouses or people living with you to having to deal with that for the rest of their lives. But please, not innocent people you meet on a daily basis. I mean, there are people who can actually choke just by that kind of
but I mean, it's 100% true. And you know, so some people that are sensory in their, you know, like me now, all my senses are high. So it's true. I'm auditory, I'm visual, I have also sensory, whatever, acuity, what do they call that thing? So anything like bad smell puts me off. Right, so if you are coming and you have a very bad, you know, smell, I put it off. So what I try to do to help people around me, I mean, somebody taught me a very simple strategy for killing body odor. Get lime. 100 naira lime can save your life. You know, you get the lime, so before you have your bath, you know, cut up the lime, use it to apply on your armpit. You can also apply on the hair of your, your genitals, apply on the armpit, and leave it for like 5 minutes before you go take a shower. If you do that morning, evening for like a week, you can leave it next 2-3 months, you're good. Get a good deodorant, get your waxing done, or you shave, whatever, get off the hair. And guess what? That can last you. It depends on how bad, because some people have body odors based on health conditions. So it depends on how bad it is. So if it lasts you for like a month or two, you can then repeat the process, you know, within the year. You can do it as many as once you just start to perceive. Because when people raise their armpit, you see the color of their dress is brown or green, because that tells you the quality of the...
I agree with you, because apart from lime, I even got to hear about a bit of, is it alum or something like that? Back in the days, you can add to your water to also help you. So basically, people need to pay attention.
Just pay attention. So, I mean, as simple as that, it's saved. Because I had somebody that was very close to me, everybody was just gossiping, and this is what happens in the office. People don't say it because, you know, and it breeds an unhealthy workspace, right? You know this person is suffering from a body, condition. I mean, the best thing to do is have that person, because people can actually lose their placing, you know, just because they are not having that hygiene sorted out. But you see, in wrapping up, because
I want to have to touch on something real quickly. 1 minute will work on communication. I think that's a part as well where most of us are not doing really well. There's also that communication gap between how the younger generation wants to be related with and how I think the millennials are in the middle now. We they take the heat from this side and this side.
Are you a millennial?
But I am a millennial. That's how so now we did the middle. You're taking the heat from us. Sorry, that's not what they mean. Oh no, that's not what they mean. So how are there like few things you can just chip in?
Okay, so basically, remember that communication has to do with the way you talk, the way you communicate, and it works either ways. You have to learn to mean what you say and say what you mean. That's the way I say it. Remember that particularly just one sentence can be interpreted in different ways. So it's not actually what you say, but how you say what you say that makes it make sense to the next person. So we must pay attention to how we say what we say. If you're in a work environment, for instance, and you do a lot of communications with email, you can be using short, lao, and all of that.
Very low.
You know, you can't be doing that. So
Is that what she meant?
Forgive me. So you can't be using such, you know, and then the abbreviations, all of those funny things, and then you come with terms. Which one is that one?
Be right back.
BTW. That one is even BTW.
By the way.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah.
In my head is between. You know, so stuff like that. You must pay attention to such details, understanding that it's not everyone within the circle of that email that can understand, that you would have communicated to, basically. So you know you would have said something, but without communicating. So not just what you say, but how you say what you say, whether written or spoken.
But this one is more about their mental health. Everything you say now is affecting their mental health.
Okay, so that's actually a problem with our generation, the generation around us, not just our generation. Because I think we're trying to be beat to in the guise of being too woke or so. We become, we get things mixed up. We overdo it. We go overboard. You cannot forget the home training your mother taught you now. I'm sure that even if you want to go to a man's house tomorrow now, if you remember one thing that your mother will say to you, just tell yourself, do you understand? So, we still have our background, and that's part of etiquette. Because a lot of people do not know that our own African culture and tradition should also be part of our etiquette. We're not going to learn Oyibo on alone now. So we all have our own values that we must have, but we can't lose our values because we're being woke. You know, so it's important that, you know, as much as we're being woke and being very conventional, we must also maintain our values.
All right, so good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of Ways, which is the message that we're getting. All the messages our guys watching on GoTV, they are bombarding us. Career, hashtag Ways, career etiquette, lifestyle choices that guarantees growth. According to our guest, she made mention of consistency in our etiquette. Concerning growth in our business or career, our carriage, words, dressing, and performance must be put into consideration. Someone who is not consistent with etiquette in career cannot make it. People are watching and they must make comments. So let us put it in mind and be very careful. My name is Daniel Ilo, your Ways regular fan. Thank you, Daniel. Because today now is all our GoTV.
Messages are buried.
Yes, you're buried in from GoTV watching. All right, so we've come to like 1 second of the show. But if you had one thing to say to anybody looking to transition or probably grow, you know, into like, you know, that managerial role in their career and just be like really become, you know, that brand, what would you say to that person? Where is the best place to start?
Start from anywhere you can. Really, don't be too hard on yourself, right? Start from anywhere you can, and while you keep, you know, a tab of where you're looking at going to, also look at yourself and ask yourself, am I going to be a boss that I would love to be a servant to someday? Because not all bosses would love to be a subordinate to themselves. You know, so that's another thing. So have humanity.
That's the golden rule now. Do to others what you wish others to yourself.
But unfortunately, it doesn't work all the time. So so don't be too hard on yourself. You can start from anywhere, anyhow you can afford, and then be the boss that you'd want to be a subordinate to.
I think we can wrap up on that.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you so much, Precious.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Elsie. We had a fantastic conversation. And thank you to everyone that watched. Now, before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at PlusTvAfrica, on Twitter at PlusTvAfrica1. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media, like, share, invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. When we are no longer able to change the situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. That's the truth, right? If you can't go further, you must get to that point where you need to change. We'll see you guys live at 8 p.m. tomorrow as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
This is it. for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another interesting episode of Space and Style. If this is your first time of watching the show, this is where we talk about all things property. My name is Olamide Onifade, and today we are going to be talking about a very topical issue in property acquisition. And of course, on an other segment, we have our interior decorator who will be sharing tips on how to take our DIY decor to another level. On the property of the week, we are going to showcase a unique property to inspire you to join the real estate ladder. And lastly, on the artisan of the week, we have a craftsman who will take us through the nitty-gritty of his craftsmanship. But before we jump into the show, let's go on a short break and please stay with us. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. On the show today, we're going to be having a conversation on a topical issue which many people can relate to, and that is acquiring property from traditional landowners, popularly called the Omoniles in the local parlance. Have you ever bought land from a landowning family, popularly called the Omonile? What was your experience? Daunting, I guess. So to discuss this topic with me is a delectable lady and veteran in the business. My guest today is Mrs. Adaku Chibuike Ochenwa. She's a legal practitioner and senior partner at the Priceless Chambers with over 10 years experience in handling real estate matters. She specializes in investigating and performing comprehensive review of land and title documents and real estate transactions. Thank you so much, Adaku, for coming today.
Thank you for having me.
So how has practice been in that niche? You know, property transaction, because I can imagine, because that's my niche too, and I understand what you go through every day.
Well, I would say practice in that area has been interesting.
Wow.
You definitely get to hear a lot of stories. And beyond the stories, you are working the journey with prospective homeowners, prospective real estate investors. So it's quite interesting seeing that you are assisting clients to realize their dreams of home ownership or investment in real estate. So it's been an interesting journey thus far.
So this Omonile College. So to start with,
How do you advise a potential client to negotiate a land deal with a traditional, landowners? So rather than say traditional landowners, for the sake of ease, we just say Omunile. So how do you?
Okay, so normally people, prior to this season where we have a lot of real estate companies springing up, we know that people largely bought properties from what you call the Omoniles. And one of the major issues people have experienced with buying from Omoniles is because most times those transactions are either fraught with disputes or fraudulent practices. That's where you get to see somebody is selling to 1, 2, 3 other persons in that place. So what normally I would advise clients to do is ensure that, one, you're dealing with the right family.
How do you ensure that?
Okay, so before we get to how do we ensure you're dealing with the right family, okay, we call it due diligence. Ensure you do your due diligence. In law, it's called caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. So I want to buy lands from land-owning family. One, I want to find out what documents do they have on the land. If they have a registered survey, and most times, they do not have that. But some families do have it. But where you're dealing with a family that doesn't have it, one of the things you want to rely on is grapevine. Now, land and
what
properties.
What do you mean grapevine?
That's where I'm going. Now, land and properties are largely fixed assets. So they've been there for decades. There are people who know the story about this. There are, as in a neighborhood, people know that this property has been here. People have a story to tell you about this property. They know who has moved in, they know who have moved out and all that. So most times when you say grapevine, it's like getting the gist in the community about that property. So most times you get to say, I know that something happened.
They can readily tell you who the landowner is.
They'll tell you the history
family
and all that. So, and not just the news you get from local intel. You can also look out for who the traditional ruler or leader is in that community. So you can either go there to see the person, and if you don't have access directly to the traditional ruler, you can definitely see the PA or somebody within the traditional ruling families to give you a gist about the property. Oh, I heard that family Lagbaja owns this property, and we just want to come and verify that indeed that this is what is here. Because I know that for a few clients have handled search, that's always the step we get to take when trying to investigate, especially where there are no documents to authenticate the fact that you are the landowning family.
So are there pros? I know there are cons to buying from Omonile. Well, are there any pros at all? I mean, advantages from buying from them?
Okay, so I would like to say that prior to the Land Use Act, what they had was a freehold title. In essence, their title was second to none, was more like. So definitely when you buy from them, you have an absolute title. However, with the Land Use Act, their title, though not removed, is still subject to that of the governor, who is the trustee of all the lands there. So when you're buying from them, the title you have is almost similar to what they have. In essence, it's almost similar to a freehold title before you register it. So when you go ahead, after you've bought from them and you want to go ahead to register it, that's when the government begins to regulate the amount of years you have on that land.
Okay, so you're saying that you can get up to 99?
You can get up to 99.
Because you're probably the first buyer
directly from them. Exactly.
Okay.
Then you have to be the one to process the C of O and regularize your stand there. So that's one of the advantage. Okay. However, with the uprise of estates, you get to see that one of the disadvantages of buying such lands is that most times there's no clear mapping of what the building structure in such areas are. You get to see that there are no proper drainage systems and all that. So that is one of the lashback from buying such, except you're already buying in a built-up community where you're seeing all those drainage systems and a proper mapping of the land. So when you're buying from them in such areas, then it's a good deal because you're buying directly from the people who have something close to a freehold title.
So what about the disadvantages, which I know are enormous?
Yeah, so like we've said, one of the disadvantages is always that issue of them reselling to 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Yes, we know we have a law that's in Lagos State, the Lagos State Property Protection Law, that actually guards against land grabbers. But it's one thing to have the law, and it's one thing to actually execute it. Though I know there has been execution, but the fact is, the headache one has to go through to execute the law. As in essence, I bought a property. So recently, I and a few friends came together and we wanted to start a land banking project, and we did our due diligence and all that. Now, it wasn't up to 2 weeks after we've made the payment, so we had not even established acts of possession there and all that. So the day we went, 2 weeks after, to start establishing acts of possession, somebody drove past us and said, "Madam, now get this land." And we said yes. Say, "Hey, these some money people. They can't bring me, come here." So, in essence, immediately we heard that. In short, that day we just went to view the land, clear the place and all that. We took acts of possession immediately. We started establishing boundaries and all that. So
what do you mean in layman terms? What do you mean acts of possession?
Okay, so when I said we took acts of possession immediately, is we had to start establishing our presence there. Establishing our presence by fencing, by putting blocks, by ensuring that people know that aside from the fact that this place has been bought from the Omoniles, it has been cleared, and now you're seeing a building come up. Do you understand? So definitely, if somebody brings you there, then we place the signboard. If somebody brings you there and say that I'm the owner of this land, you will want to call the number there. You will want to see there are physical...
So you have constructive notice.
Exactly. So you have constructive notice. You can't ignore the fact that you didn't notice that people were already establishing their acts of possession.
Okay, Adako, just hold your thoughts.
Okay.
We're due for a short break. We'll be back.
Thank you.
We're due for a short break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody, and you're still watching Space and Style. Adako Chibuike Ochinwa is still with us in the studio discussing how to acquire land from traditional landowners, popularly known as Omonile in local palace. Thank you very much for staying with us.
Thank you, too, for having me.
Before we went on the break, we were talking about how to do your due diligence and all that, but how, okay, say for instance, you're starting a real estate transaction and you want to buy from this Omonile. Who are the professionals you should be having beside you?
Okay, so as a person, as an individual who wants to buy properties from Omonile, I would refer to 2 major professionals you should have on standby when you want to transact with Omoniles. 1 is your legal practitioner, and 2, it's your surveyor. Now, your legal practitioner, because they understand the pros and cons of buying from family lands. In essence, they need to know that the person or the people you're transacting with has capacity to transfer title to you. Because when you're buying from land-owning families, not everybody there has the capacity to transfer to you because they belong to the family. So you want to ensure that your legal practitioner is guiding you to make sure that you're transacting with the right people that can transfer title to you. And your surveyor, you want to be sure that that particular portion where you are negotiating on is free from government acquisition.
So what's the role of the surveyor then?
The role of the surveyor is to get to site, ensure that the right coordinates are picked, and carry out a search on it to be sure that the land you intend to buy
is free from acquisition.
It's indeed the same property that is being described on the survey plan.
Okay, so there are also a lot of hidden charges when you buy foundation, what's it called,
Levy.
charge. This one levy, different, members of the family would come in. How can you avoid that?
Okay, so I initially talked about the Lagos State Property Protection Law. The Lagos State Property Protection Law actually worked on regulating that. And it said that people should not, through their agents or something, rip people off who want to construct. However, it does not preclude land-owning families from collecting their usual foundation levy or one money levy, but this must be.
So, are you saying the government is agreeing with them that they are entitled
Actually,
to
I'm
the
saying
foundation?
that the law is agreeing with them that they are entitled to the foundation levy. However, it must be collected through the family head. So when you're transacting for the land, you're negotiating that along with them so that you don't have issues when you're constructing. And you're going into agreement terms with them that this is all I'm paying over this. Nobody should come again to the construction site to demand for this.
But of course, you know that you can't control that. What if they come back? How do you get out of
to a large extent, you can control that because you're negotiating with the family head. The family head has authority over the family, the land-owning family. So I'm negotiating with you guys. Okay, we're going to construct this, that. And another thing we have learned in the real estate business, now this is not legal, this is real estate. There are necessary evils. In essence, you might not always be on site. So you want to create, and you're going to be buying into their community, you want to create a camaraderie
with them.
Now you can get them to supply you blocks. You can get them involved.
Get them busy.
You get so that in a way they're earning from your construction, and at the same time they're overseeing one or two of your projects.
So how do you determine that you're speaking to the right family member? Because you're talking about family head, principal, members of the family, and
which is why it's always advisable that you go with a very sound real estate professional in the field when you're going on that journey with a moneyless.
Wow.
It's not something you can do alone.
Thank you so much, Adaku.
Thank
it's
you.
So unfortunate we are already out of time. I would have loved to have the discussion again, but of course, this is an ongoing discussion. There are many areas that we have not touched on, and I hope you come back again when you call.
I definitely look forward to coming back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
It was an insightful discussion.
Thank you.
We have come to the end of this segment, and I believe that after listening to this discussion, you have more knowledge and insight of what to do when you're dealing with customary landowners and avoid being victims of fraudulent transactions. And this takes us to the next segment of the show. So let's hear what our interior decorator is preaching to us this week. Enjoy.
I'm Dr. Morenike Basharu, CEO and Chief Creative Director at Dewey Options Limited, an interior design firm. So today we're going to talk about lighting in interior design. Lighting is one of the most important elements of design. And it's simply because an interior project is brought to light with lighting. Imagine a space that you do a beautiful colors, beautiful furniture with no light. It's not going to be lively. It will be drab. So lighting brings life to every design project. So we're going to talk about, today I'm going to talk to you about the importance of lighting, and also I'm going to talk to you about the different types of lighting we've got in interior design. So light creates depth and it creates coziness in a design project. Also, light can be used to focus on very attractive areas in a design project because, let me take for example, you design a living space and you put a particular beautiful furniture in a corner, and you want to highlight this furniture, you can put a lighting around there, to bring focus to that furniture. So you use lighting to do that. Also, lighting can be used for tasks. Right? So we want to read, for example, we can have the reading lamps, we can have lighting that are used in kitchen cabinetry, for instance, that you want to focus on some items that you put in your cabinets, right? Or you put wall arts on the wall, you might want to have lighting on top of this wall art, to focus on to focus on some interior accessories that you put on them. So lighting can be used for this. So we're going to go into types of lighting that we have. So we've got three broad category of lighting. So we've got the ambience lighting, we have the task, and we have the accent light. So for the ambience light is like the light that gives the ambience to the space. So it's the bright lighting. So you can use chandeliers to create that. You can use a spotlight to create that. So that's what gives the mood to that space. So let me take, for example, in a workspace, like an office, a corporate office, you want to have bright lighting. So you don't want to start using like the mood yellow or very amber lighting. You want to use the white lighting because that is the function of that space. In a home, for example, maybe you have a living room or you want to have a place where it's cozy, you might want to use like your amber lighting. So we have got the ambient light. We have the task light that is used for purpose. So let me take, for example, in the kitchen, I want to put it under my cabinetry. So if I want to work on the kitchen top, I can put it on and I can chop and see clearly. If I want to read by maybe a reading table in a corner, I want to put light there so it helps me, it illuminates the area properly for me. You know, so we also have the accent light that can focus on pieces, you know, just to accentuate those pieces. So let me take, for example, a wall art. You can have a beautiful wall art on the wall and you want to put a beautiful lighting over it to focus on the wall art. You can have like a pretty piece somewhere, you want to put light on it to just focus on it. So those are the different categories of lighting that we have. But in some, and we also have the decorative lighting. And in some instances, you can have some lighting that are ambience lighting, but again, they're decorative. And that's when we talk about our chandeliers. And that's why we have some chandeliers, they're not drab, they're a bit dramatic, you know, to bring, you know, to pop the space. All right, so let me give you a tip to go away with today. So if you have a small space and you don't want to spend too much and you still want your space to be a bit dramatic, you can just change your chandelier. Have that dramatic chandelier in place. I hope you've been able to learn one or two things today. See you again next week.
Welcome back to the last segment of the show, the artisan spot, where we discuss with a highly skilled workman on the intricacies of his craftsmanship. Enjoy.
My name is Williams Michael. I'm an iron bender. I've been serving for like, before I became contractor, I've been serving for like 8 years before I became a contractor. Just only, if you have a child brain, you can only use like 3 years, 4 years to learn it. It will make you to understand more and to make you to have more knowledge, more wisdom about the world. And to make you to be traveling around so many places, like so many places you have not been going before. A lot of places like that. So that's why I choose to do it. I just like it. Yeah, number one, everything for safety at first. You have to be careful about what you do, how you walk on the site. You have to be careful about all those things. Anybody can be a good iron bender. Once you learn it, it's something, it's work you learn normally. So there's no physical or something else. Everything is not just like energy, song, no, use your brain. There are some kind of things that I will bend. And if a guy comes to me, and anybody that have muscle power more than me, he can't even bend it. Why? Because you need to use your brain. There's the way it's bent. If you don't learn it, you can't just come and do it. The best part of the job is laying and tightening. Laying mats and tightening. I enjoy it. The major problem I do find in the job is that normally sometimes the job is get some that they will just rush you. You have to finish it on time and you don't even have enough time to do the job. That's the major challenge we do face on the job. So they have to give us time to finish it. But when they are rushing us, we may not be able to meet up our point at times again. You need to understand the tape. It's very important. And you need to know how to bend. To bend is one of the most important things, and the tape again. And secondly, for you to become a contractor in iron bender, you have to understand the drawing, which they call plan. In any way, anyhow they design it, anyhow you have to understand it very well. Yes, I advise people to learn this work because it's a very good job and to let you to know more about what you didn't even know before and to make you travel to many states.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week. I am Olamide Onifade, and thanks so much for watching. Until next week, this is Space and Style.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Photography for me was more a means of expression than, at the beginning, than a source of income, you know. Luckily for me, my fine art career had picked up, so I was making a living as a painter while developing the passion for photography. So that gave me the opportunity, you know, to stand my ground and beat out a path, you know, towards the mastery of my craft, and then become, you know, the Kelechi Amadi Obi that you people know today. Is all about insisting that my work had to be excellent. You see, I always tell people, do not chase success. You attract success by developing yourself. So when you apply yourself, you learn new ways, you improve your learning, you practice what you've learned. Once you improve yourself, then you add more value to the world. And then the world has no choice than to add financial value.
It took me 2 years to set up my house. I have to support my son. I have to do some things for my siblings, my younger ones. So it took me 2 years. I was making money by then. I was saving money, going to locations, but I was using a Nokia phone. I don't get carried away with anything. I don't want to stay in Lekki by force. I decided to keep my dignity against all odds. But during this period, a lot of people mocked me. How can you be staying in Obawole, Iju Shaga? Do what you can afford. Don't pass your boundary. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within your means.
Back then, when I was schooling in University of Jos, I was making music with them, Jesse Jag, Vice President, everybody, Jeremiah Gang. You know, I didn't have a laptop. So, and I remember Chopsticks had one laptop that he wasn't using, but he was looking for how to sell it. He gets so he could gather money and go back to school, and you know. So I told him that, you know, give me this laptop, let me just borrow it. And before the next day, I zoomed to Lagos. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I needed a laptop so bad to get my music going. And I think that's one downtime story that I've actually never told anybody. Things might be difficult, things might look like it's not gonna happen. People might even look at you like you don't know what the hell you're doing, but just as long as you know that you have your particular goal that you're trying to, you know, achieve, just stay focused with it, you know, do whatever seems possible, do whatever it takes to, you know, get to it. Because at the end of the day, winning is all that matters. Winning is all people care about. So make sure you go out there and just win. That's all.
I loved storytelling. Every time I watched a film or every time I was in stage acting, I would come alive, you know, and I sort of like knew that was what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. That was what would bring me fulfillment. But the reality was I was a third-year student in a University of Technology studying chemical engineering. So I decided to quit. I decided to drop out of school. It was a struggle. No one wanted to listen to me. My family thought I was going crazy. Someone, you know, my older brother thought I was smoking something. You know, but yeah, but I tried to convince them and no one listened to me. So what I did was to try and finish. So I went back to school, finished my engineering course, and by then I had almost forgot my dream to be in entertainment. So what happened was I served, got into an engineering firm, oil and gas, and I became an engineer, you know, going offshore, going to the field, But, the dream started to come alive again. I'd watch movies, I'd get invited to on set by my friends, and, that spark started to burn again. I started to see myself doing things, acting films, telling stories, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would dream and imagine myself in the entertainment world, and I'd come alive. So I decided I'd quit my job. And I walked back to my seat. I said goodbye to oil and gas and engineering, and I focused and faced entertainment, and that's how I got to where I am today.
To be honest, I don't want to give anybody like a hope like it's some easy thing to do, but rest, man. Okay, firstly, when you rest, then you pray, and that's real, man. It's not because I'm not even a churchgoer or anything, but this is real. It's because there's a power that's beyond you that works for you if you accept it or decide to go in that direction. So, for me, what works for me, what has worked for me, Buju, Daniel Benson, is I'll just kneel down and I'll tell God, like, this was popping and I want him to change it. Before I went into music, to be honest, like, in church, my mom forced me to church. So I go down on my knees and I tell God I want to go into music because I don't know what I'm doing in my life. And I started making music. I was in 300 level IT, I was working. They were making me carry files from places to places. And I was studying computer science technology in quotes. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. Then going back to school and knowing I can't make music while being in school because of the hustle and bustle and everything. So I leave school and I take that decision upon myself to become something with my gift, because the Bible says your gift will make room for you. So it works, man. If there's anything you want to take from that, you can take that, but that's what works for you, right, G?
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Good afternoon, I am Khadijat Balogun, and this is the news update. Bandits have attacked a mining site in Niger State and reportedly killed security agents, civilians, and kidnapped 3 Chinese nationals. The attack was said to have occurred on Wednesday afternoon in Ajata, Aboki in Gurmana ward of Shiroro local government area of Niger State. The co-convener concerned Shiroro youth of Niger State, Sani Koki, who confirmed the incident, said the bandits attacked the mining site and opened fire on the workers and security operatives. There is palpable tension in Enugu state capital as gunmen reportedly attacked a police checkpoint and allegedly killed 2 officers on duty and others. The incident was said to have occurred at Gariki MTD area in Enugu South local government area of the state capital. The state's police public relations officer, Daniel Ndukwe, neither confirmed nor denied the incident. Now, gunmen have ambushed and killed an assistant superintendent of police in Oyigbo local government area of Rivers State. The yet-to-be-identified officer attached to the Rivers State Police Command was said to have been ambushed by the assailant while returning from work in the Oyigbo area. Though no group has claimed responsibility for the attack, the spokesperson of the State Police Command, Grace Iringe Koko, has confirmed the killing. A former deputy president of the Senate, Ike Ekweremadu, has appeared before the Oxford Magistrate Court in the United Kingdom over organ harvesting charges. The prosecutor claims that David Upo, who alleged that he was coerced to donate his kidney to the senator's daughter, is 15 years. The case has been adjourned to July the 7th at Westminster Magistrate Court to enable the UK Attorney General, Suella Braverman, to determine whether the case will be tried in the country or Nigeria. Now, President Muhammadu Buhari has restated his administration's resolve to conduct free and credible elections in 2023. Buhari, during a meeting with representatives of Nigerians living in Portugal, stated that his government will give the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the free hand to conduct the exercise. The president referenced the governorship elections in Anambra and Ekiti states as proof that his administration has zero tolerance for interference in elections, maintaining that Nigerians should be allowed to vote for people of their choice. The Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has blamed irresponsible faith leaders for religious tensions in the country and for failing to promote unity. Osinbajo made the remark when a delegation from the Kuje interfaith community, led by the senior pastor of King's Palace Church International, Sam Ogbodo, visited him at the presidential villa in Abuja. He reiterated that everyone has a right to their faith constitutionally and that there is freedom of worship, but it is the leadership that must deliver on the most important development issues. Drug abuse among the teeming Nigerian youth has generated heated debate in recent times, attracting interest from groups, organizations, individuals, and government alike. To curb this growing menace, the Nigerian Youth Parliament and the Lagos Senatorial District has organized an inter-school debate among secondary schools in the zone. Uyime Afia tells us more.
The increasing rate of drug abuse in the society leaves much to be desired, though it is not limited to any age. It has become worrisome how the youth have been caught up in this menace in recent times. 36 schools from different parts of Lagos have converged on this venue to debate on these topical issues. For the organizers, sensitization on drug abuse has been ongoing across the country. They speak on how deep it has eaten into the fabrics of the society.
It's organized for students to interact with one another. It goes beyond we just having a speech, bringing someone to teach them. Now we want them to tell themselves in the language they understand. So in this way, they become ambassadors of anti-drug abuse.
The issue of drug abuse is alarming and is a priority for us under our Speaker, Right Honorable Dr. Azizat Ishao. And we've taken this issue hands-on, and we have produced a policy document which will be made open to the public very soon, called the Nigerian Youth Parliament Drug and Substance Abuse Control Policy Brief 2022. What we are doing here today is part of the recommendations from the policy document, which says that we should engage in cognitive behavioral education, under which we have peer-to-peer education.
We have actually been spreading our campaign against drug abuse. Just this week alone, we mapped out, the whole of the week, to commemorate the UN Day against drug abuse, which was actually on the 26th, sorry. Yesterday, Lagos State Command of NDLA had the grand finale, and all these efforts are geared towards dissuading the public, dissuading the populace, the citizens, from taking drug.
The topic of discussion focuses on the influence of drug abuse among Nigerian youths. The debate starts with students of Queen's College, Yaba, and the Girls Senior Grammar School, Obalende. It was followed by other schools with the students speaking dispassionately.
We have known for decades that addiction is a medical condition, not an incurable brain disorder, not a medical flaw, not a character flaw, or a form of social defiance. Yet with the overwhelming evidence supporting this position, drug use continues to be criminalized.
I strongly oppose the motion with the following points. Management of available resources. Instead of wasting the available resources on the well-being of the drug abusers, why not use it on enlightenment programs that will stop the masses from going into the action? Prevention, they say, is better than cure. The money spent on these drug abusers can be used for the development of the educational sector.
We had a chat with some of the students who shared their views on the menace of drug abuse to the society.
Drug abuse is also one of the activities that is being carried out. If you look around, our students no longer go to school. They go to school to take drugs. They go to in classes that are taking drugs.
Our economy today is not really helping the poor people. It's like most poor people are getting poorer and the middle class are also getting poorer. So if you're blaming poverty for the cause of drug abuse, that means that drug abuse is really, really increasing.
With the alarming rate of drug abuse among young people, perhaps debates such as this will go a long way in nipping the issues in the bud. Uyime Afia, Plus TV News, Lagos.
And now we move to Ondo State, where the state government has ordered all public and private institutions in the state to install closed-circuit television on their premises on or before August the 1st, 2022. This followed the directive of Governor Rotimi Akeredolu that CCTV should be installed in all public and private institutions across the state as part of the measure to fight insecurity in the state. In a statement issued by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Security Matters, Akogun Adetunji Adeleye, the governor said that any institution that failed to comply with the directive would be shut down. Still in Ondo State, the state government has said it will continue to encourage gender mainstreaming through inclusion of women in governance. Special Advisor to Ondo State Governor on Gender, Olamide Falano, disclosed at a 3-day workshop on gender mainstreaming and development of gender policy in partnership with Action Aid Nigeria in Akure, the state capital. She said the training is designed to enhance gender-responsive planning, budgeting, and implementation process, while she congratulated the participant for being part of a global trend on gender awareness, and the training will equip them for tasks ahead.
Actually give focus to whatever we do as a state, and that's why the gender policy is going to benefit on those. It's going to be a bankable policy, one that would ensure that we are able to give focus to the gender activities and give focus to the development and trajectory to the gender arm of government in the state. So it's also going to bring us lots of benefit.
They are now a change agent. They must perform their duties in their respective local government with a view to ensuring that gender equality is maintained, that who are due for one position are allowed to take it, and they must upscale their skill.
This one will have done some quick analysis of the gender issues in the state, and then their skills in gender mainstreaming is also enhanced, and then their capacity to be able to promote gender equity and equality is also improved. These three major, because in the development of policy and implementation, you are measuring two things: the CAP, knowledge, attitude, and practice, and then the skills of the staff of government.
And so other parts of Africa, the United Nations Security Council has voted to maintain the United Nations peacekeeping mission in turmoil-racked Mali, while condemning the West African nation's military rulers for using mercenaries that commit human rights and humanitarian violations. The Council also expressed grave concern at the deteriorating political and security situation in the West African nation. Russia and China abstained on the French-drafted resolution that extends the mandate of the mission until June the 30th, 2023, with its current ceiling of 13,289 military personnel and 1,920 international police. And outside Africa, Russian President Vladimir Putin has said that Moscow was open to a dialogue on strategic stability and nuclear non-proliferation. Despite Russia sending troops into Ukraine on February 24th, both Moscow and Washington have stressed the importance of maintaining communications on the issue of nuclear arms. The two countries are by far the world's largest nuclear powers, with an estimated 11,000 nuclear warheads between them. And in business news, revenue allocation to federal, state, and local governments has declined from a peak of 970.57 billion naira in July 2021 to 680.783 billion naira in May 2022, representing a 30% reduction over the period. The decrease in allocation to these levels of government reveals the fiscal challenges facing various levels of government in Africa's biggest economy. Nigeria earns its biggest revenue from crude oil, but it has paid 2.1 trillion naira in the first 6 months of the year and could pay another 4 trillion naira by the end of the year, according to the International Monetary Fund estimates. And in entertainment news, rapper Abdul Rashid, popularly known as JJC Skills, has announced his separation from his wife, actress Funke Akindele. JJC announced via his official Instagram handle, stating that his marriage with Akindele has had issues for the last 2 years and that he had to move out of their home 3 months ago after Akindele insisted he did, and had not been able to have a sit-down with her since the African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards on May the 14th. And in sport news, the Super Eagles may have their dreams of claiming a 4th winners' medal at the Africa Cup of Nations delayed. A Monday report claimed the Confederation of African Football is considering postponing the next edition of the continent flagship football championship in Cote d'Ivoire. The 17th edition of the Continental Championship AFCON 2023 was initially scheduled for June the 23rd to July the 23rd, 2023. But CAF is beginning to admit that scheduling the competition in the middle of the rainy season may not necessarily be a bright idea. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us today. On this episode of Red Carpet, we have a film addressing police brutality in America, an all-female exhibit celebrating women in art, and a Malian filmmaker's documentary about the plight of women in her country. Let's get on with the show. And let's start off with some film news. A young filmmaker, Fatih Wale Mohamed Issa, who is from northern Mali's conflict-torn region, has made a documentary called Tamazret about the plight of women in her country. Here is the story from AFP.
Her documentary follows a 15-year-old girl named Fatima, whose family fled to neighboring Mauritania because of the conflict, but then returned home. The young documentary filmmaker from Mali's volatile north says her goal is to shine a light on the plight of women in the conflict-torn Sahel state.
I made this film in the hope that it will touch our community, hoping it will shape their opinion about young girls and their education, and also to the state, the authorities too. It is a story of sensitization, in fact. I do it as a form of advocacy, to the state and also to the community, so that they take notice of the education of our girls and so that the state gets more involved.
Mali is a conservative Muslim majority nation of 21 million people, where swaths of the country are in the hands of jihadists. There, the pressure for women to conform to traditional gender roles is strong. Issa comes from the same traditional nomadic Tuareg background as the character in her film, where education for girls isn't a priority. The filmmaker fled to Mauritania and returned to Mali and had to pause her schooling because of the conflict. Last year, Issa applied and was selected by an American NGO called Accountability Lab to make a short film about the status of women. The result was Tamazret. Zaina Mohammed Ali, a project manager at Accountability Lab, explained that the NGO wanted to give a voice to women.
In general, the project consists of training 10 young women who come from various regions of Mali with diversified themes that speak to the problems faced by Malian communities in general. The idea behind the project is also to give women a voice so that they can express themselves.
Issa screened Tamazret last December alongside 9 other films commissioned by the NGO, which dealt taboo topics such as prostitution and domestic violence.
Filmmaker Ryan Coogler, director of Black Panther, was briefly detained by the police in Atlanta after being mistaken for a bank robber. That is according to video footage released by the Atlanta police. Reuters News has more.
Kugler, 35, was detained by police before being released on January the 7th after he went to Bank of America to make a transaction. That is according to a report from Variety. From we got the call, sounded like someone was trying to rob the bank, one of the officers says in the body cam footage. The director handed the bank teller a withdrawal slip with a note written on the back that reportedly read, "I would like to withdraw $12,000 cash from my checking account. Please do the money count somewhere else. I would like to be discreet," the Variety report said. The bank teller misinterpreted the situation as an attempted robbery when the transaction amount exceeded $10,000 and informed her boss. That's again according to Variety magazine. Bank of America did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Black Panther became the second highest grossing movie at box offices worldwide in 2018, heralded for its vibrant celebration of African culture and applauded as a milestone for racial diversity in Hollywood. The film was nominated for 6 Oscars, including Best Picture. It won 3 Academy Awards in the Best Original Score, Best Costume Design, and Best Production Design categories.
Now, technology used to make a deepfake, that is a synthetic image of a person, may soon be helping foreign language films become more accessible. Matt Debo has the story.
How to make a movie work in another language. For decades, there have been only 2 options, subtitles or dubbing. Many viewers resist watching films with subtitles, which can distract from the action. And dubbing, which replaces a film's dialogue,
"This is the first time I've ever heard the word coward applied to the valiant warrior Bomir,"
usually results in mouths out of sync with the words they are supposedly speaking. When director Scott Mann first saw a foreign language dub of a film he made,
I was kind of appalled and devastated because I saw how different it was.
This got him thinking that there might be a technological solution. He co-founded Flawless, a company that uses a kind of visual artificial intelligence to digitally modify the faces in a film to match the new words.
Mit einigen der bekanntesten und kriminellsten Familien in dieser Stadt in Verbindung bringt und
The system is taking a very detailed look and an understanding of how a certain character talks. The system is able to kind of retime those mouth movements, like subtly alter them so they fit the new dialogue. C'est amusant, monsieur.
Flawless uses voice actors who are fluent speakers of the new language. Another company, DeepDub, uses AI to simulate the original actor's voice in the translation.
That's not something that happens to me.
No es algo que suele pasarme.
We need only a sample of 2 to 5 minutes of the actors' voices in order to create what we call a voice model.
The new technologies promise to accelerate a growing appetite for content across language borders. But in the process, the line between humans and machines continues to blur. Matt Dibble for VOA News, San Francisco.
Now, 30 years ago, the Washington, D.C. neighborhood of Mount Pleasant was at the center of a national conversation on race, social justice, and police brutality. On May 5, 1991, people took to the streets of the mostly Latino community to protest the police shooting of Daniel Gomez, a young man from El Salvador, following a Cinco de Mayo celebration. And now a new film, La Mamplesa, by local filmmaker Ellie Walton, examines the root causes of the unrest that she says has contemporary resonance with the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020 that called for the end of police brutality in the country.
The documentary, shot mainly in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood, features testimony from people who were around during the protest, using music and street theater to amplify an issue that echoes a familiar message in many of the recent social justice movements. Cindy Centano, a first-generation Salvadorian American, is the producer of the movie.
The inspiration for the film really started with everything that happened in the last 2 years with George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and countless others. We were seeing a lot of this conversation about the relationship between communities of color and the police and what was going on. And we really wanted to make a film that was sharing a piece of history that is not known as much, something that happened over 30 years ago, but isn't talked about in schools, that isn't addressed, that doesn't come up in the history books, as an example of how history continues to repeat itself. And so it just felt like a really important time to share this story and to do it in collaboration with the artists and leaders and activists who lived during that time, who were there during the uprisings, and honestly led a lot of the change that we see a little bit of now.
To start in the United States.
The film has become a favorite at local festivals like this one at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. Walton says that her goal was to tell the story of police brutality and systemic racism facing the city's Latino, Black, and immigrant communities from the viewpoint of the people who live it.
Hosting their will.
I grew up in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood in D.C., and it was a neighborhood that really raised me. The block parties, the porch culture, the Latino festival. And, I'll never forget, when I was 9 years old and hearing the gunshot, walking up the block from my house and seeing, Daniel Gomez being taken away in the ambulance. But more than anything else, I'll never forget just the expression on people's faces that night, May 5th, 1991. The anger, the frustration, the sense of enough is enough. And that feeling has always stuck with me and was one of the reasons I became a filmmaker, because I recognized this need to confront some of the injustice I saw that day. So fast forward, almost 30 years, I remember walking these very streets of Mount Pleasant and just being really struck by how few folks knew about this history, knew about the history that they walk every day. And that made me really mad. And so that, as well as, the movement on the streets to confront police brutality, just felt like this film needed to be made.
And let's close the show with some art news. An all-female artist exhibition has opened in London to highlight a lack of representation of art by women historically and today. In honor of International Women's Day, the exhibit called The Divine is launching at Hoffa Gallery. The exhibit includes renowned female artists from around the world. Here is the story from AP.
12 female artists from 9 different countries are bringing their works together for a special exhibition in London's Mayfair. The Divine at Hoffa Gallery, which is the House of Fine Art, aims to bring a stronger focus to a lack of female artist representation within the industry, as well as doing something to address the issue. Mary Ronine, an artist from Ireland, is showing 4 of her works, created in enamel paint and featuring scenes including women enjoying ski and afternoon tea. She says her humorous pieces are designed to intentionally disarm at first viewing.
I'm showing 4 pieces at this show, 4 large pieces. They're painted using enamel paint, which is a very different medium to use. You don't find it in an art shop. You have to go to B&Q or it's a domestic paint. And my pieces are humorous, so they intentionally disarm at first viewing. And then I'd like you to look a little bit more at them and go, well, what am I saying here? So it invites you in, almost like as if we were a child. We see it, we respond to the color, and then we look at it a little bit more depth.
Another artist showing her works is Susana Anaya from Mexico. She creates 3-dimensional artworks, many of which are round to represent wholeness.
I start like the old masters with pigments, and I start mixing them with the line oil, and then impasto until I create a plasticity, and then I started with the knife, just put it on and on and on. It takes a long process because it's oiled, but this is like at the end, I really love the result.
Hava's head of sales, Alex Pirinoli, says it was important to the gallery to represent modern-day female artists, along with those from history too.
More broadly, 48% of galleries globally only represent 25% women artists or less, and 10% of galleries was found in the Art Market UBS report 2019 that represent no female artists, which is a worrying statistic. And certainly in here at Hoffa, we feel that it's important that that female artists and the contributions to the arts, not only from a contemporary point of view, but also historically, are recognized. I mean, I think there's few people, maybe perhaps even in the industry themselves, that can maybe name 5 women artists, and maybe one of them is most likely to be Frida Kahlo. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed.
The Divine runs at London's Hoffa Gallery through March 2022.
And with that, we come to the end of our show today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voanews.com. We are also on all social media platforms. We are on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube, where you can watch our videos. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, I'll catch you right here. Goodbye, everyone.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business on PlusTvAfrica. I'm your host, Morimi Akonwo. Our guest today is an outstanding fashion designer and the creative director of Ronke Fela Collections, a business that caters to an everyday African woman, specifically for plus-size women, which she founded in December 2016. She attended Federal Government Girls College, Akwa Ibom State, and is a graduate of theater arts from the University of Abuja. She is also an award-winning fashion influencer and content creator with over 5 years of experience. She is Aderonke Enoabasi Daramola, popularly known as the real Ronke Fela. Thanks for coming on the show today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. I'm glad we finally made this happen.
Yes, finally.
Okay, so you're looking all fashion.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what does fashion mean to you?
Fashion is everything to me. That's who I am. It's one of the major purpose or one of the major reason why I am Aderonke or Ronke Fela. So when you ask me, I'll just simply say, fashion is everything.
Okay.
I mean, my passion is bringing me money, you understand? So, I mean, that's what fashion is to me. You get, it makes me stay creative. It brings me money, and I have, I'm an employer of labor. It brings us, my team and I, money. So fashion is everything.
So what do you look at before you try to put outfits together? I'm saying on a personal note now. So if you have to go somewhere and you need to dress up, what comes to mind?
For me, comfortability it is for me. You understand, depending on where I'm going to, because I'm really not an outgoing person. I'm a really, really homebody. So when I want to step out, as much as I want to make fashion statement, because I want people to say, oh, where did you get that from? So I'm saying, it's my brand. I also have to be comfortable, because you don't want to wear your brand and you're
Just every now and again.
everyone is looking. So yeah, comfortability, that's it.
Okay, so you started this business in 2016?
Yes.
Okay, so what are the notable improvements that you have that have occurred in the Nigerian fashion industry that you are grateful for?
Nigeria, we hello. Nigerian designers are very, very, very super talented. I mean, look at the just concluded African Magic Viewers Choice Award. Did you see what our designers
no,
did?
that was just a showcase award.
So, we Nigerians are super talented, particularly very rich in art. When it comes to music, when it comes to fashion, you understand. So there's been a really, really huge improvement, you get, because, and thank God to social media platform, Instagram, connecting us to other worlds, you understand. So there's one thing, and then there's another thing that I've noticed. We have sold our fabrics, our designs to the other world, to the Western world. So it's not just Afrobeat they're listening to. They want to wear Adire too. They want to wear Ankara. There's even Ankara Ghana must go, so what are we saying? Yeah, I think one of those huge brands made Ankara Ghana must go or something, Ankara bag. So what are we saying? So we've sold ourselves very, very well.
So what do you think the future is for the Nigerian fashion industry?
Limitless. That's what I'll say. Limitless.
Interesting. Okay, so before we get to that point where they're limitless, and what do you think the industry still needs to take us a step further and further and further till we get to, you know, the likes of them big names? So what do you think we need?
Presently, I feel like one of the few things, you know, it's not if I'm speaking now, I'm speaking from, you know, I'm speaking from a business person point of view.
Okay.
It's not even, I'm not really going to blame it on the industry, because like I said, we have so much talent and potential. Now I'm going to blame it on economy, government.
Okay.
It's difficult though. It's difficult being a business person in Nigeria, you understand. So sometimes there are a lot of designs you even want to pull out. When you see the amount of diesel you will spend on an amount of generator as, then you would be like, okay, I think I should make it simpler. That way, it makes it difficult for us to go all out sometimes, particularly when you are not an established brand, you get. Then aside that, much more of originality. Some of us, a lot of us, we can like to copy people's style.
They will say they're remixing
yes,
it, just putting it all
but then
together.
I don't think that can ever go out of fashion, because just yesterday on the internet, I saw Kanye West calling out a popular brand for, you know, reproducing his own ideas. You get what I'm trying to say? So the truth is, some people are going to be inspired about what you put out. Some are creative enough to switch things and, you know, bring out more creativity from it. But some people are copycats. So I would say that we should have less of copycats and more of originality. That's what I'll say.
Okay, so let's talk about collaboration in this industry. Do you think, from your experience now, so do you think Nigerian designers are open to collaboration?
Okay. You see, one thing I would say is, sometimes we don't spell out the things that we expect from both parties when we mention collaboration. And then even being someone who has, like, you know, a quite number of followers or platform, people will say, oh, hello, I want to gift you my jewelry, or I want to gift you my bag. Just say as a gift. They'll say as a gift. But in the end, they're expecting a tag, shout out. So I feel like we should be much more straightforward what it is that we want. Oh, I want to gift you my jewelry and I'm expecting a shout. Please, could you do that? So both parties know this is what we are expecting. Now, see, things are so expensive. So I would not be, and then especially when you have workers to pay. That's why I said the collaboration thing, just spell out what you want. So that if you can't do it, I feel like some Nigerian designers are open to collaboration, especially the upcoming ones. I feel they are. But, you know, the established ones, I mean, if you've worked so hard to build your name, you might be a little bit skeptical. You'll be needing something big to come to the table before you, because it's not easy. I would be speaking as a business person now. Imagine me asking my worker to make a dress. She's going to get paid. but I'm not being paid for that collaboration. You get what I'm trying to say? So I know it's not all about money, but let it be worth my time. Let it be worth my workers' time. So that's it.
That's a new perspective, but we'll speak more about this shortly.
Okay.
We will be back for more conversations with our guests after the break.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on PlusTvAfrica, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
I'm still here with Aderonke Daramola, Creative Director of Ronkefella Collections. So, is it okay to call you Ronkefella?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, so why did you decide to, well, carve a niche for yourself in not just female clothing, but also for the plus-size woman?
Okay, so first and foremost, my size is up nepa. Today, you know, really maybe pretty slim. Tomorrow, you know, really chubby or fat, as you call it, whatever. But the thing is, okay, why did I choose fashion? First and foremost, I feel fashion chose me. Respect to my late mom. She's a very fashionable person. So, you know, growing up and seeing, you know, someone, and she was a teacher, so seeing her dress up every day, wearing colors, inspired me to also love fashion. And so when I finished university, I was first a makeup artist. And so I was using all my money for makeup to buy clothes in Katangwa, in Eko, in Yaba. So I said to myself, and then I started fashion blogging, and I grew followership. And so I said to myself, you know, rather than just be spending what you're earning, why don't you start creating your own pieces? Honestly, that was how it started. And then in 2016, I did yard sale and made some pieces, and I made ₦1 million in a day. And that's how I knew, okay, this is it. This is it. Fashion gave me my first million, and I'm like, I'm not going to.
And that was back in 2016?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Okay. And then for the plus-size women?
Okay, yeah, for the plus-size women, you know, African women, we really not like the Western world. We are not skinny or slim. So, like, my aunties are plus size, even my mom on the big, even myself. So I said to myself, why don't I make clothes for women like me? I know what our insecurities are. So let me make clothes to help our insecurities, to give us confidence. So, you know, business is all about value. So my products are about value to plus-size women.
Okay, so I know that some of your collections you've infused some African styles and fabrics, adire, damask, and co. What was the reception like when you brought that out? Okay, so everything I do when it comes to business, most of the time is calculated and intentional. So I noticed a lot of our customers are abroad, and you know, Africans abroad love to wear, you know, they miss home. So they love to wear Ankara, they love to represent. That made me start to infuse adire, you know, damask and all of, you know, those African this thing. And when I did it first, the reception was beautiful. And since then, I never stopped. Wow, so I'll take it that it's still beautiful. Yes, it is. So let's talk about sourcing for those fabrics and prints and materials and all that. How easy has it been sourcing for them?
It's not easy at all. Oh. I won't lie to you. It's not easy at all. You know, when I started from inception, I even used to go to Aba myself. And I remember how I used to cry in buses. Because I asked myself, why am I putting myself through all this stress? But you know, sometimes it's only you that understand the vision of your business. So you want to be included in every process, from buying fabrics till the production, like the end of production. So it's not been easy. But these days, I mean, I've been like 6 years in the business, so I've had relationships with people. I do not need to travel that far anymore. I've built relationships, and now thank God for social media, WhatsApp, and all of that. So now the sourcing is easier than you know, when I started.
Wow. So this next question, I like to hear what my guests have to say every time I ask it. This is about challenges you faced running your business in Nigeria. Because you said it earlier that it's not easy running a business in Nigeria. So tell me about some of the challenges that made you think, you know what, I'm not doing it again.
Like, I won't even lie to you. Like, I jokingly call my husband my therapist because I still cry till now. So I would be lying if I say we don't face challenges every day. You face challenges. I face challenges when it comes to the diesel, fuel price. As the month of March, April, when I looked at the amount we're buying fuel, it was really bad. And this, now I'm talking to you, at least maybe 3 weeks earlier, we were getting, the NEPA light was okay. But right now, as I'm talking to you, they said our whatever has collapsed.
Yes, the grid keeps collapsing.
Wahala.
So,
so I don't know who is collapsing that thing, because I have to go and tie the person's leg. So, you know, that's like one of the, you know, and then when the fuel scarcity, oh my God. Oh my God. So you see, customers do not want excuses. They paid for something, what they want is results. So you can imagine what we face, you know, behind the scene. You can't be telling customers there's first, what is their business? Because just like if you're working in an office space, you have to resume work every day. There's not, they don't not concern your guy. If you like, trek. If you like, fly. So that's the same thing. Customers are our bosses. You understand? So if they place an order and you tell them this is it, they want to see their order. So all of that. And then, you know, staff too. It's not easy. Sometimes it's hard having to deal with people who do not understand your vision. She's too wicked. She's too harsh. She's too... Just because you're pushing to some kind of level of, you know, productivity.
And perfection.
And perfection. It's not easy. And then, you know, sometimes you also really have some... Really, I don't know the word to say. Customers that we, you know, put fire in. You know? These days we have people who do not understand how to communicate their offenses without having to be verbally abusive. So we face customers who sometimes will be verbally abusive. You know, you can work on our mental health, you go and cry. What a lot of the challenges, my sister. If I start now, I'm not going to finish. So there are a lot of challenges.
I can imagine, but it's good that we're smiling through it all.
Yes. It makes it, like, I mean, it makes me stronger. It makes me, you know, capable. Let me use that word.
So what keeps you going, even in
God,
the midst of all this?
God, prayers. God, my relationship with him, you understand, because you see, life, I always believe that there is also a spiritual aspect of life. Whatever it is you achieve physically, probably you've conquered spiritually. So I always do not like to joke with my walk with God. I'm not trying to tell you I'm saint or perfect, but I do not have to be when it comes to the God I serve. He loves me just as imperfect as I am. So God is my utmost strength. And then my family. Oh, my dad is so supportive. God bless you, sir. If you go to my father's house, you will think he's the tailor. Clothes almost everywhere. You understand? He's so supportive. He never complains. Even sometimes like, oh, daddy, I'm sorry. Oh, no, you can continue your business. He's so supportive. So I have an amazing younger sister who also happens to be the manager of my brand. So, you know, when you have just good people around you, good family, my husband too is also very supportive. So God and my family.
Amazing. Bless them.
God bless them.
Amen. We will go on a short break. Please stay with us.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
up for me, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Thanks for staying with us on Ladies Talking Business. We have been having conversations with the real Ronkefeller, an award-winning fashion designer and content creator. So I know I've asked before about the business since 2016, but I know that as a brand, there's definitely something you're doing to still keep you in business. So are you ready to give us some, pointers? Tell us about some things you're doing.
I would not cast my trade secrets, but one thing I would say is we are a brand that is very accountable. I, as a person behind my brand, I'm accountable. So I make sure my staff, all of us, we're accountable. And so what is accountability? We understand that we are, we are striving towards perfection, but we are not a perfect brand. But we listen to complaints, and we take feedbacks, constructive criticism, and we work on ourselves. So now, when you're not accountable, it's when they say, oh, there is a problem here, there is a problem there, and then you carry your face. Do you know who I am? And then you're not. But we are the brands that you don't see no refund, no exchange, no this.
Oh my goodness.
We understand that sometimes we fall short. And when we fall short, we are very willing to make an amend. We are very willing to return back customers' money if that is what. You understand? You can't do something wrong and then hold on to somebody. Are you a thief? So we are not thieves. You understand? So accountability is a huge watchword for us, and integrity. So we're a brand that stays accountable, and then who doesn't want to work with someone that has integrity? If people know my money is safe with this brand, they would always come back. So that's it.
So I don't know if you've ever thought of partnering with maybe an international brand or something, but how do you think that can work?
It's going to work beautifully. Like, I wouldn't want to give too much plans and whatever away, but it's going to work beautifully because, like I said, for a brand like ours, that it's accountable and has integrity, the sky is beyond our limits, because working with an international brand, having them on board, selling our pieces on international platforms, it will make life easier for us. It will make the people we are partnering with happy because they know this one's they're not just all about money. You understand? We can hold them accountable for anything. So it's something that we are looking forward to. It's something that we are also working towards.
I like that you keep emphasizing accountability as one of the key pillars of your business. But let's also talk about customer service.
Okay.
That is lacking in Nigeria. What are your thoughts on how we can improve customer service culture in this part of the world?
Okay, so seated here, I would not act like I have not made mistakes when it comes to customer services. I've made mistakes, I've learned. But that's why you see I keep talking about accountability, because Nigerians in total, both the business people and the customer people, we are not accountable people. Customers too don't like to take responsibility when they've erred. We only have a few customers that will say, hello, I'm sorry, I sent a wrong measurement. Is there anything you can do to help me? We are always running to help such customers. Please, yes, ma, we can help you. Can you come in? You understand? Some people will send wrong measurement. They will say, but you should have told me now. Why didn't you tell me? You understand all this kind of stuff. So that's it. And then on the business people part too, you'll be seeing things like no refund. No exchange. Because I know,
it's being read.
Yes, and I know of people who so well that this thing you posted or this thing you sold is not good, and then you will tell them no exchange. Why? So on our part as business people, we need to do better. You understand? A lot of us business people in Nigeria, we are money conscious people. I won't lie. We think it's just about goods and services. Take the goods and give me. No, it's not about. I believe that as a business person, and I'm speaking to all of us, myself in general, aside selling services, make sure that the service you're selling is worth whatever it is, you understand, whatever money you're collecting from the customer. So that's why, reason why we do refund is if a customer is not happy, to what end? Why are you with somebody's money when you pay? The money will hook you, you will not sleep well at night. So yeah, so that's it.
Okay. All right, before I let you go, I want you to, I would like to know what your words or thoughts are for up-and-coming fashion designers in this industry. What words do you have for them?
Number one, stay original. Know your whys. It's very important why you know your why you should know your why, because when you're out there, people can begin to put in thoughts into your mind. Oh, why are you not doing like this? Why are you not doing like this? Why are you not doing? Know why you started, though. You understand? There are a lot of businesses out there. Don't forget that the kind of capital you have is not the same thing that number B has. You don't know who is funding that business. So if that business started last year and then they went to open shop, don't say, oh, me, I've been doing 5 years, I've not opened shop. They will think I'm not. You do not need to validate anybody or validate any. Why are you in business? For services. Make sure your customers are happy. You understand? Stay humble. A lot of us, by the time we begin to see change, we start to do like this.
You know who I am.
Dangote, did they find money? So that's it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you.
We wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for tuning in to Ladies Talking Business today. Do join us this same time next week for another episode. Don't forget to follow us on PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Moremi Akonwo. Bye for now.
I bet your eyes and ears are thrilled with music videos coming from Nigerian artists. You obviously notice the singer, the video vixens, and other talents. But what about the music director? Close your eyes, think about your favorite music video, and see if you can tell who directed it. Great if you can, sad if you can't. We're here to celebrate the brains behind the videos out there, and here are 5 top Nigerian music video directors. Number 1. Clarence Peters. He's a director, filmmaker, and cinematographer. The founder and chief executive officer of Capital Dream Pictures was involved in a mobile-sponsored music video for a documentary on AIDS in 1998. He directed 40 episodes of the TV series Everyday People. Peters has also shot a good number of documentaries, TV commercials, short films, and TV features. He has directed music videos for recording artists such as Dare, Durella, Wizkid, Shei Shei, Burna Boy, Waje, Tubaba, Fino, Runtown, and Yemi Alade. Peters has won numerous awards for his works. Number 2, TJ Omori. Also known as Boy Director, TJ Omori is a Nigerian music video director and cinematographer. He started directing at 15 while overseeing stage plays at school and church. He began making videos a year later but took it up professionally at 18 after graduating from Pencil Film Institute. This made him the youngest professional filmmaker in Nigeria. He has worked with Olamide, Wizkid, Burna Boy, Techno, Kiss Daniel, Fireboy DML, Fowls, Timaya, Naira Marley, and many others.
Some Gucci and I put the cause she kill a man. That's why she don't want to go, she wanna stick around. But she still say that she love me cause I'm sexy. And I tell her that she lying, that she flexing. She be screaming, I be screaming, we be reckless. But I know that she be like your makeup sexy.
Number 3, Meji Alabi. This London-born Nigerian filmmaker, director, photographer, and producer has worked alongside Beyonce, Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Tiwa Savage, Popcan, Goldlink, and Nasty C. He directed Shay Shay's Murder in 2014, a move that gave him the desired attention in Nigeria. Alabi also worked with Wizkid on his Made in Lagos album. He's a co-founder of JM Films with Jimmy Adesoya.
And I tell you my God, you know my style, you know big chance, then it's all up, baby. If you say you get the man, then you wanna try, you could go die, baby. You've been a landslide for a long time, but then no one believe me. All up when I come back, you one try, but you do want me for easy.
Number 4, Dami Twitch. His original name is Owolabi Oluwadamilola. Twitch started with photography in 2013 before going to full music production in 2017. That was the year he shot his first music video for Burna Boy and Yonda. He has gone on to shoot visuals for Fowls, Burna Boy, Olamide, Lil Kesh, Victor A.D., Simi, Peruzzi, Mayor Kung, Leah, and Davido. Number 5, HG2 Filmworks. Olaolu Olabode Folarin, also known as HG2 Filmworks, is a Nigerian-American music video director, graphic designer, entrepreneur, and cinematographer. Olabode began his production journey as a graphic designer and later went into full-time music video production in 2010. He has directed music videos for big-name artists like D'banj, Kiss Daniel, Dami Crane, Reminisce, Nice, and Scales. You will agree with me that these directors bend over backwards to churn out massive videos for our entertainment. And such, they deserve more than enough accolades for their contributions. So whenever you watch your favorite artist videos, always remember the men behind the scene.
Eight years after Jonathan Sick's implementation of the 2014 Confab report. Now, save APC from collapse, begs President Buhari to aggrieved senators. This is Plus Politics. I am Mary Ann Nicole. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has opened up on why he could not implement the recommendations of the 2014 conference report, saying he procrastinated because he was confident of winning the 2015 general election. Now, he noted that those knowledgeable about the process of the constitutional reforms would know that to implement the Confab report, a number of alterations will be made in the Constitution, which would require the involvement of the National Assembly and the state assemblies. Well, joining us to break this down is Engineer Musa Idris. He's a political affairs analyst, and Professor Richard Wokocha, who is of the River State University. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you.
I'll start with you, Professor. It's interesting how the former president puts it, that he was so certain that he would come back in 2015. And so I want to probe that as my first port of call. Could this be also the reason why we have a lot of issues that lie pending? Because maybe politicians hope that they would stay in office longer for them to ever get to these things. Or was it just that Was it just that maybe President Goodluck Jonathan thought that after 2015 it would be a better time to address the issue? But when politicians say, I was hoping or I was certain that I would come back to deal with this issue or build the Niger Bridge or whatever it is that not also taking for granted the time that they have to deliver on the dividends of democracy?
Well, I think an impression we have that very often critical national issues are tied to individual political plans of the politician. It may be a natural thing to do, but we've had to pay a price for it in Nigeria. And it's been a result of our underdevelopment or insufficient development, given what we're putting into development. So, yes, I think that confidence or impression that he was going to come back must have been behind it going on. Because however you look at it, even if there are things that you need to amend the constitution to implement, there are a whole lot of other things that did not require constitutional amendment to implement. Those ones should have been done if he wasn't brought down with the first plan.
I mean, looking at all of the issues, I mean, what Nigeria is facing today might just be heightened from what was happening in 2014 into 2015. And again, I wonder, why wouldn't that have been a good time for the president to implement, like you said, a couple of these things? Remember that something led to the putting together of that confab in the first instance. There were lines that needed to be blurred. There were issues that needed to be addressed. Hence that confab. And if at the end of the day that confab did not get any implementation based on one man's political belief or agenda, again I ask, what's the essence of spending taxpayers' monies to go through all of these rigorous processes and then making sure that they gather dust?
Exactly. It's always been for us a wrong way of looking at national development. And the price we pay is what you have just observed. That we spend a lot of money in processes that eventually do not see the light of day, do not come to realization of the objective for which they were set up. That's the price we pay for that manner of thinking. And that's not what nations which want to develop do. Only done by critical national development, personal plans. And as you earlier observed, they were not implemented at that time, makes them now even obsolete because issues have heightened and the problems they would have addressed at that time are now bigger problems that those recommendations will be insufficient recommendations to address at the moment. Address those problems.
Let me come to you, Engineer Idris. How comfortable are you with the former president's statements? That's one. On the other hand, let's not forget that when that confab was put together, the opposition made it their place to not show up for that confab. They excused themselves. The APC refused to be part of that confab. Could that also have constituted why Mr. President at the time did not feel the push, or maybe there was not that push from all sides for that confab, the reports from that confab and the recommendations to be implemented?
I think Mr. Jonathan was not being economical with the truth, really. He didn't tell Nigeria why he could not really tidy up before he left. I want to quickly record that, you know, he's the chief of the Chief Security Office actually went to Chatham House to go and begin to buy time for that administration. And back home here, all the opposition political, most civil rights groups didn't really like how he was able to pull together the confab. Apart from the fact that he had destined to spend over 7 billion of taxpayers' money, we know certain very important individuals who pulled out of that confab. And they said, no, we're not part of this waste that was going on. And you know that the issue of the item, which of course they eventually formed the recommendations of the committee, you know, those things needed to have been prepared by him in form of an executive bill that he will have to put to the National Assembly for them to debate and all of that. Then before the talk of the national, before the constitutional amendment, and you know the time that Jonathan had he will probably not achieve all of this. That's why I say he was just being economical with the truth. He's not trying to tell us what was happening. And you know that the way and manner he came in, people still have doubts as to his sincerity in implementing some of these things. So that's the way I look at it. Because a lot of forces they were behind that. We are not even ready to help him to assist his plan of trying to get it through. Because he needs to do a lot of lobbying in the National Assembly just so I can go through. But I know that what a lot of people were saying in 2014 was that why did he have to set up a separate committee, to form the confab of about 400 and something members, plus his own 13 presidential advisory, council, which of course formed the nucleus of about 500 persons who actually address that issue. And the way these were selected was skewed towards ethnic and religious bias, which didn't go down well with a lot of people. These were the problems that he had. So legitimacy was one clear aspect that he was fighting with. So it wouldn't have been easy for him to raise an executive bill, which of course was not prepared or fit to do that, and now the National Assembly to now, begin to help him to debate and then try to raise up the relevant legislation for it to come to fruition. So these were the key elements of his problems.
How is a national confab a national confab if you are saying that certain persons were not involved or carried along based on ethnic lines, or that he had to have a 400-man committee? I know that there are political sides to it, which we will get to. But how was he even going to have this conversation on the floor of the National Assembly if the major opposition at the time was not actually, if the major opposition were not actually, on the same grounds with him?
I think you skipped the illegality that I talked of. You see, the confab itself was illegal. We have a seated, democratic, elected National Assembly members of that house, which constitutes 109 senators, which constitutes over 350 or 60 of the House of Representatives. These are the legitimate representatives of the people, representing all news and credits of the country, spread across all the geographical divide of the country. So those caliber of persons that were so elected are the legitimate set of persons that ought to have debated what the government at that time were ready to implement. They were talking of state creation, fiscal federalism, resource control, revenue allocation. So these are some of the things that form the confab element. But unfortunately, these are things that ought to have been legitimately debated in the National Assembly. So for you to have this outside the National Assembly, it would not have been easy for the members to agree this to tell true. That was why I said the illegality that he was confronted with make it very difficult for him to allow this to go through. So people were actually waiting for him either to come through an executive bill and then begin to say they were able to approve that. So it would have been very difficult for them to agree to all of those things that he was trying to push through. I know it would not have been easy for all the states to agree for what he was trying to do. He was talking of creating 18 states out of the present structure. He was talking of doing state police. He was trying to talk revenue of like fiscal federalism. These things are too much. How can a government have no time? You are willing to another 2 months within which to extend the tenure of the confab. And again, he knows that there is election ahead of him. So how is he going to do all of this? The general election was coming up, and and all of this he was trying to push through. So that was what I was saying. He was just being economical. It's true. All these things have come to friction. So I start writing that naturally. For him to come out now to say he's asking National Assembly to look at the confab and then accept it is not being fair to Nigerians. But I think what he would have done was to try to lobby the present government. Since of course, he's been all along using the president has been sending to some West African countries to take up certain assignments of the government in some of the West African states. But if he had been able to work on the president, he would have been quietly select some key aspects of that confab report, then take it to the National Assembly to an executive bill with the president government can prepare for debate. Okay. That is the only way to be able to say true. Just like the late Abacha did when he had this confab also, that he was able to at least as I speak now, a lot of items from that.
That was a constitutional conference, yes.
I've been selected.
Okay, back to you, Professor Wokocha. Do you agree totally with Engineer Idris on what he's saying about the fact that if former President Goodluck Jonathan was serious about the confab, there's certain amendments that could have been done, according to him, through executive orders? Do you agree that that could have sailed through?
Yes, I did allude to the same thing. It was not all the issues and the confab report that require constitutional amendment. So a lot of things could have been done. Take, for instance, the vexed issue of derivation and derivation formula and all that. The language of the Constitution at the moment is that 30% is minimum. It does not require a constitutional amendment to implement something higher than that. The Constitution only restricts you from bringing it below that. So there is no excuse for making any improvement on that. There are quite a number of other issues of that nature that could have been addressed either by executive order or by regular policy adjustment on the part of the government that does not require amendment of the law. No attempt was made to deal with any of that. I do not doubt the legality of a confab. A confab is not a lawmaking organ. It's put together to get the feeling of the people on burning national issues, which can now be presented to the legislature for legislation, either through an executive bill or the legislature itself can implement based on the outcome of the report, can implement by enacting necessary laws to bring those policies agreed upon by the constituent people into effect. But the challenge is that he made no attempt to implement those aspects that could easily have been implemented by executive action that did not require legislation.
Let me look at some of the recommendations quickly. Let me just run through a couple of them. One of the most poked recommendation, or one of the most disagreeable recommendation, was creation of 18 extra states. I remember lots of people kicked against it, saying that we have states that were already unable to, one way or the other, pay salaries. They were not viable enough. Why were we going to add 18 more states? There was also the issue of resource control derivation, which you have made mention of. And thank goodness we've had the certain amendments in the Constitution, even though it's still under some kind of debate. There's also the issue of forms of government. They did talk about the fact they recommended the modified presidential system, a homemade model of government that effectively combines presidential and parliamentary systems of government, and that the president shall pick the vice president from the legislature. Now, there's another part which also reached out to me, which I liked, where they said that certain people who would be nominated as aides to the president would be picked from the civil service, as opposed to cronies or political friends of whoever the president was. But I'd like for you to start with the issue of the mode of government that we're practicing. Again, in Nigeria, when being asked what kind of system of government we practice, we say it's a federal system, but is it really?
No, it's certainly not a federal system. What you have, we call federal system of government. But in effect, what we have is a unitary system. What determines a federal system of government is the level of power that the federating units have to pursue their development at their level. I'd like to put it that way. It goes with the power it goes with allocation of powers to generate revenue and the autonomy to implement or to utilize those revenue in achieving goals set autonomously by the various constituent units. So if you say you have a federal government and everything is centralized, then you just have a name called federal government, or you have a name called federalism, but you do not practice federalism. So the reason we continue to have the hiccups and the major problems you're having in the country is that we are practicing unitarism called federalism, and that is the delusion, the deception.
Back to you, Idris. The idea that people who need to be picked as aides to the president should be picked from the civil service. For example, if we were to have ministers of transportation or environment, these people need to come from the civil service. Would that make the job of that ministry or the department or agency easier and better? Would we see more growth in those areas? Would it be something that even the politicians would agree to?
Yeah, you see, I like the way the Prof surmised what he alluded to. You see, as we speak, we have close to 900 MDs in Nigeria. That's a large number. And then you have over 40 ministers. That's also a large number. And if you look at overhead, that is basically what takes off most of this corruption that people are talking of. Most of this money that also have gone to legitimate, distributed, infrastructure would rather be going to people's pockets. These are the problem. If, for instance, we are practicing parliamentary system of government, there will be less waste. We see the way even America is practicing the presidential system. I understand that they were trying to have what they call the modified presidential system. What are the modus operandi they are going to put together to get it modified? Even this current system that we're practicing now, that we have the legislature, the executive, and the legislative chairs of government. If you look at the National Assembly, you have the senator, you have the House of Representatives. Why not just put them together and then reduce the number? Instead of having 3 senators from each senatorial zone of the state, you make them 109. Why not just remove them at just senatorial zone, 6 senatorial zone? You now have just 2 senators, for instance. And then you have very less cumbersome, then ministers again, you can equally reduce them. I think that during the debate, a lot of things came up. But my worry is that the government will put together what he really needed to at that time, so that this present government were able to inherit what they would have been able to take National Assembly through an executive bill. If he was able to thoroughly put some of those executive bills together, I think we would have a lot to work with as it is now. But they concern themselves with trying to see what the next dispensation of political activity is going to look like. That's why a lot of people criticize all of that. We have a very large system of problems, a lot of waste that you really need to reduce this outlay of political hangers on that they call them, which is not necessarily necessary. Even the correct that about this statutory delegate and all of that, you can see the war that's currently going on as to the bill that the president signed. A lot of things people are discussing, not being, I don't know the way to put it, also can as well as say, but what I'm trying to say is that each time the government tries to make an attempt, to correct the system, those who are the beneficiaries usually kick against them. That things are not really working out in this country. But I think what we need to have is to have those who have the nation at heart, who can actually go out to what they are supposed to do, just so that find any particular ministry, discharge the basic responsibility that you ought to discharge, so that those who are looking for, to give back this infrastructure that they want, to have.
I agree with you. I agree with you as interesting and as beautiful as that idea sounds. You have also, in that same breath, said that why some of these things are not working is because there are people who are benefiting from it. And I'm guessing the percentage of the people who are benefiting from it is powerful enough to put a plug or a spanner in the wheels of, these things happening. And so I ask, why or how do we get not just one person, because there might be one president who wants to make things change, but how do we get also these people who seem to be the blockades for these policies and programs to work? How do we get them out of the way to get the right kind of people there? You see, sometimes when I talk with gentlemen like you say, oh, we need better, laws or legislations coming from the National Assembly. But then if the people who are in the National Assembly are comfortable with the legislations that they put out, why would they want to cut off their nose to spite their face? That's another thing. So will we ever be able to get out of this rot when we still have the same sets of people running in the system 35 years and counting?
It will be difficult for us to have those kind of clear system that you want. I think the person that would have been able to do that, one singular person that would be able to do that with the right caliber of politicians that would have been the President Muhammadu Buhari. Unfortunately, he came and he reneged in doing what he has actually promised with people. He thought that he was going to go all out. I mean, look at democracy, just passenger did, not minding whose ox is God and all of them. He was able to get some of these things. But he relaxed and his case to do what they are doing. That's why we are not having things looking at her here. But you see, if you have a president who knows what they want, and look at the program of what are the manifesto, what are they really talking about, what are they promising the people, they will not be able to say, you look at itemize them and begin to take them item by item and then spread them as it should across the place of the country, by which you call the democratic dividend. If these are spread and is well implemented, you won't have all these issues and cracks. But you see today, these things are still toward a particular section. Even today, as we speak now, look at the two contending parties, what they are coming. For instance, now, I'm sorry to digress a little bit. What is APC going to be telling them this now? We're trying to head if he eventually gets it. What is he going to be telling Nigeria? These are some of the issues that we are saying. There are things that are not being tackled. You need to have a new blood into the system. People who don't care about what they benefit from the state, but rather how they are being able to leave legacy, so that people will be able to say, oh, when I was minister, when I was governor, these were the things I was going to do for the betterment of the people. Unfortunately, people go out there to begin to look at their pocket. This is because the present system allow that, or the present players allow that. Money bags. Look at this issue of primaries. Look at the money that was thrown out to delegates. How can you be spending billions just to elect somebody who is eventually going to come at the larger?
Okay.
So we could go do like this until we're able to see how this will be cleansed up. Take off this review at the clog in the wheel. We could have a clean system. As it is now, the money bags are not there. Each time they sponsor a person into a group, you always go back and report their investment. That's why it's very difficult. But you have a transparent process where nobody wants to know, who sponsors him and all of that. And people go out to vote transparently and to get at the right person who can do the right thing. I think we'll get there. It's just like going to take time. But we're able to clean up the present players.
Okay. Because of time, let me go to Professor Walkacha to wrap this up. Professor Walkacha, there are a few similarities with this confab recommendations and a few of the changes that we've seen happen in the amendments that have happened, in the past few months. The confab had talked about power rotation. They actually pushed for it to be enshrined within the Constitution as a recommendation. They talked about local governments, but interestingly, they were saying that local governments should be scrapped as a third tier of government. I'd like to quote it directly. The federal and states are now to be the only tiers of government, according to the recommendations of that confab. States can now create as many local governments as they want. Joint state and local government accounts will be scrapped, and in its place, there will be an establishment of the state RMAFC with representatives of local government chairmen nominated by the governor. And this, in one way or the other, trumps the idea of allowing local governments to exist and do their jobs as enshrined in the Constitution, or even taking government to the people who need government the most. But finally, he also talked about independent candidacy, which is something that was also mentioned in the amendments that we had, even though we do not know how far that has gone. But we'd like to hear your conclusions.
First, on the issue of local government, I think the recommendation of the confab was ideal. A local government, a federal system, is a system in which a central government and the unit governments share power. And so when you extend it to a third tier, you are creating duplicity. A local government is an instrument with which states govern their localities. In the entire world, you have only about 2 federations that have 3 tiers, Nigeria and Brazil. The rest of the federations around the world federate between the central government and the unit or regional government. So ideally, what the CONFAB recommended is the appropriate thing that should happen in a federation. And I think it will cut waste. A lot more will be achieved than we are achieving at the moment, where you funds at the tiers that are sitting on the same platform to develop the same place. That creates room for waste. So I think the recommendation of the CONFAB in that direction was ideal. It met or rather advanced the issue. On independent candidates, it's always a good idea. When you create that, it was recommended under the amendments, but rightly observed, it's not clear how we stand right now. If you have independent candidacy, it compels parties to get serious with the business of nominating representatives. It means that a third force with integrity can challenge them itself, and the people will have alternative to the kind of alternative we have now, where the 10 characters are presented by the leading party, and the nation is left with choosing one or two able.
But quickly, Professor, I know that you're having connection issues. If we do have these independent candidacies, will it affect the law where parties will say, well, you voted for the party and not necessarily the person? And will you also address this issue of defections and cross-capiting, where people declare seats vacant? Quickly.
Well, first, it will raise the tempo, it will raise the quality of candidature, because a party that presents something that is out of the run is expected to fail. So I believe that if you allow independent candidates, it will address some of those issues. Certainly will. It can address some of those issues. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Professor Richard Wokocha is a professor of law at the Rivers State University. Engineer Musa Idris is a political affairs analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation. We appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a quick break now. When we return, we'll discuss more on Plus Politics. Stay with us. It's still Plus Politics. Now we take you to a conversation we had yesterday, of course, about the PDP, I beg your pardon, giving the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, an ultimatum to withdraw or clarify his statement concerning their presidential flag bearer, Atiku Abubakar. Take a listen, and when we come back, we'll be saying our goodbyes. Unless former President Olusegun Obasanjo clarifies the comment he allegedly made that picking former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as running mate in 1999 was a mistake, the People's Democratic Party has threatened to break the egg and tell the whole world and Nigerians who Obasanjo is in 48 hours. The media was awash on Monday with former President Olusegun Obasanjo, his quote to have said that he made a mistake while selecting Alhaji Atiku Abubakar as his vice president in 1999. However, Chairman of the People's Democratic Party Board of Trustees, Senator Walid Jibrin, said that if the former president failed to clarify the statement in 48 hours, the party will be left with no option but to expose Obasanjo to tell Nigerians who he really is. Now, Senator Jibrin, who spoke to journalists, explained that the PDP was high in regards and respect for the former president, but it will be very disappointing if the statement credited to him is true. Well, joining us to discuss this are Biodun Shomi, a political analyst, and Bola Oba, who is also a political commentator. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
It's my pleasure.
Great. It's a very interesting conversation that we have here. I'll start with you, Mr. Oba. We have seen the former President Olusegun Obasanjo speak and comment on several issues, especially personalities. I mean, we can even make reference to his very famous book, My Watch, and some of the statements that he has made about people, and his open letters. He's known also for his open letters. But in the thick of the campaign season, he talks about the former vice president being a mistake on his part in 1999. And one will wonder, why would he be making such a statement? Is it just one of those political statements that are made at times like this, or could there be more to this?
I wonder why anybody in the leadership of PDP would want to grace former President Olusegun Obasanjo with the honor he does not deserve. They will be committing political harakiri in this political society if they want to engage with Olusegun Obasanjo on anything that we give him relevance, especially for the mischief that he has set out to do. They should just leave him on his own and let him do whatever he likes, because at some point, the public will see him as a nuisance that is just there. But if they want to engage him, as they have threatened to do, they will be the worst for him.
There are those who would be very...
Not so much that I love them, not so much that I'm a member of the party, but it will be a strategic PR error to engage Obasanjo in any form of imbroglio, especially on remarks and opinions that he has codified in his book. I wonder why they want to engage in this rough fight.
There are those who would, not like the idea of you speaking of the former president in that regard, calling him mischievous, or saying that he does not necessarily have relevance or should not give relevance to what he has to say. This is an elder statesman. This is somebody who many politicians hold in high regard. They still pay courtesy visits to him.
For Atiku, and now 4 years after, he remembers again, after the villainy that himself, that he had done Atiku at the penultimate electioneering cycle 4 years ago. He supposedly forgave him and campaigned for him, and suddenly now Atiku is a villain again. So he wanted to sell us a villain 4 years ago. If you engage such a man and don't let Nigerians just reason the fact that this is a man who could be very inconsistent because of the mischief that drives him. You will be giving him relevance.
Okay. Mr. Shomi, I'd like to bring you up, bring you in on this.
Okay.
Many have reacted to the former president's remarks. Many have wished it away as a mere political statement. But then, like I said at the beginning, he's known for many of his open letters. We saw the many that he wrote under the present administration. We have also seen his books and all of the information that's within. Why do you think that former President Olusegun Obasanjo is so hung up on his vice president? And just to borrow some things that Mr. Oba just said, that why would he want to mar, the campaign of someone who also works with him and campaigned for him, then all of a sudden he's become a bad person? Don't people change? And doesn't he reserve the right to make his assertions?
Honestly speaking, to be fair to the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, this was not all the core remark. He made the remark at an leadership award event in Abeokuta in his presidential library. And he didn't speak particularly on former Vice President Atiku. It was, I don't think he was a target. I'm not a spokesperson, but I read the whole debate clearly. He spoke within the context of trying to share his leadership experience. And within that context, he highlighted the good and also the errors he made. One of the errors, which according to him, was nominating Atiku. He did not go into details. He highlighted also his regret over his refusal to heed the warning given by the then American ambassador, I think it was Campbell, Ambassador Campbell, that he should leave the country or he should move into American embassy and be granted asylum, that the decision has been granted, that Abacha will arrest him, he should move in to get asylum. He regretted not doing that, and he said he refused, but eventually was arrested. He said he could have lost his life and not been alive. So he was making reference to errors of judgment on his own part. It was not a targeted attack on Atiku or any other person. That is the way I read it. But in terms of the reactions of PDP to it, I understand this is the political period, so they're likely going to be very sensitive, to it. I'm not a card-carrying member of any political party in Nigeria anymore. So they will be very, very sensitive to such remarks. I don't think Obasanjo intended, to reopen the old wounds when he actually came out against Atiku. I think this was just something out of his own leadership experience. It would be wise for the PDP leadership not to go into any tangle with him, because what would they gain? Obasanjo is not contesting, and as far as I know, he does not have a horse in this race. So if he doesn't have a horse in the race, why do you want to drag him in and then bring out the worst in Obasanjo, which it can be bestial when it comes to doing damage in this kind of situation.
Just to push you further, if the PDP is giving an ultimatum, which is a 2-day ultimatum, and saying that they will break the egg, what could they possibly have on the former president that would probably, in their words, break the egg? And what does this do to their campaign, to the people who they're trying to get across to? Again, like you said, the former president is not running for any office, so he probably has nothing to lose. But in terms of Atiku Abubakar and what the vice president or the former president has been saying, should we be paying attention to the former president, being that he has also made statements previously about certain people in government that has one way or the other, may not necessarily come out, plainly to say this is who this person is, but he has warned, and we have seen that some of those things have somewhat played out. Should Nigerians be wary of this statement by the former president?
Yes, you see, what can the PDP leadership, what can they do to Obasanjo? A man that, saw his membership card, left the party. They've been the one going to him. The man has been saying, we saw it all. The man kept staying in his Abeokuta abode, but we've seen the troops of PDP leader, past officials, all of them trooping to his house, either for an advice, for one thing or the other. It shows even outside the political party and outside government, Obasanjo is still very, very relevant within the politics of PDP because he actually midwifed many of the leadership, who today those who are claiming they want to deal with him, many of them are actually his products. Now, when you go back and look at
Mr. Shawumi, are you still there? I think we lost that connection.
It's the idea of the third term. Okay. That's the only thing they can talk about. Every other thing is known. It's done well debated.
All right, I think we lost that connection there. Let me go back to Mr. Oba.
The throne jives there is nothing.
Mr. Shawumi, I'm sorry, we're having connection issues with you, and your audio keeps going in and out. So we'll try to fix that and come back to you. But Mr. Oba, the PDP is alleging that the grouse between the former president and his vice is the fact that he refused to support his third-term agenda. Something that a lot of Nigerians said would never have sailed through, even though they tried. But was that down to his vice president? And is this an issue we should still be debating in 2022?
Look, I'll go back to the point I made earlier, and that is, it does not do the PDP leadership and the PDP presidential candidate any good to excite the madness that they are beckoning at this juncture. For a man who has suffered, what can they throw at Obasanjo that can be worse than some of the things that have been alleged against him, some of which I cannot even mention here, even when they've been factually alleged against him. What can be worse than that? And every time they engage in a form of PR duel with him, they will be getting dirtier. Why would they want to do that? I think it's incumbent on candidate Atiku to call whoever wants to be his spokesperson or wants to fight his corner to tell that person to chill and walk away from this fight. This is the fight that one must learn to walk away from. Because you want to talk about third term, everybody in Nigeria who is a political observer knows that Obasanjo was the one powering third term, and he has consistently denied it. The book, my watch, some have labeled the book My Lies. Does anybody watching this program now remember Professor Wole Soyinka's opinion about the book? And apart from Professor Wole Soyinka, does an average Nigerian political watcher not know that Obasanjo was behind, tenure and elongation, and yet he has consistently denied it? When all the facts point to him, nobody is saying Atiku is a saint. But in so much as the PDP has chosen him as their candidate on this occasion, they have enough to manage with the squabbles that is ensuing as a result of Atiku choosing a vice presidential nominee. Okay. They have that to manage, because there seems to be a tendency for a form of factionalization to develop in the party. Why would they want to bring Obasanjo into the mess? And this is somebody who does not even like PDP, giving this free advice. Okay. I wonder what they want to gain.
Oh, well, Unfortunately, our time is up. I want to say thank you, gentlemen. Biada Shomi is a political analyst. Balaba is also a political commentator. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of this conversation. We appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right. And that's the show tonight. We want to thank you for being part of the conversation. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, 7 p.m. as we talk on all the big political stories across the country. I am Mary Anna Cohn. Have a good evening.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Our growing-up memories are often fragments, brief moments, or a canter, which together form the scrapbook of our life. There we derive the wisdom and knowledge, so deep that they cannot be wished away. My name is Professor Deji Fashui, and here are my good old days reminiscences. Although I was born in Akure, Ondo State, my dad, Chief Gabriel Oluwadare Fashui, hailed from Ilogbo Ekiti, Ido-Osi, local government area of Ekiti State, and Mom, Florence Idowu Fashui near Afolabi from Ado Ekiti. Dad retired as the program manager of Ondo State Agric Development Program, while Mom retired as a senior matron in various government hospitals in Ondo State and later Ekiti State. As the second child of 6, growing up was beautiful as we were categorized among children of the elites in a completely egalitarian society where civil service was a leveler and devoid of the present commonplace of bribery and corruption. In those days, anyone living beyond his means was immediately ostracized and seen as a leper by the community. Only permanent secretaries could ride Mercedes and Volvo cars. The saving grace for a lot of public civil servants then was the Udoji Lajes. My mom was one of the beneficiaries. As a nurse, she was able to buy her first car, a Datsun 180K, sometimes in 1975. Prior to that period, the whole family had to make do with my father's Peugeot 504, and of course a manually driven car. Don't just start imagining how the whole family will cramp themselves up in that car for a family outing. Yet we were generally contented and there was dignity in labor. In those good old days, education was compulsory and largely free at primary school level for everyone in the southwestern part of Nigeria, including Akure where I grew up. There was no class discrimination or distinction in schooling, as virtually all schools were government-owned. I remember with nostalgia that my parents decided to allow us go to St. James's Primary School barefooted like other children, not because they couldn't afford the shoes, but because we must not be different from other pupils. I ended up becoming the senior prefect of the primary school, representing the school in various debates and quiz competitions frequently organized by government at the time. I left St. James's Primary School for the prestigious Christ School Ado Ekiti, where I had the greatest foundation and molding, like many other peers at that time. Those days in Christ School Ado Ekiti afforded us the opportunity of meeting colleagues from different ethnic groups in Nigeria, especially those from the eastern and midwestern part of Nigeria. We cultivated their cultures and found a blended midpoint of interaction devoid of animosities. We were simply members of the same family. Till date, most of us set mates as of that time, still find it funny reliving our lives and times at Christ School. Still, no class segregation in spite of our individual achievements. Nobody cared if you are a high court judge, captain of industry, governor, or a big name somewhere. Everybody goes by his first name, and your name is your name. God save those of us with bad aliases in those days. Mine shouldn't be called in public. Please don't come on this thread and spill it out. Oh, don't just come and spill it out. Exciting good old days. My undergraduate days at the University of Ibadan were also relished with nostalgia. Life was simply good and a lot tolerable. It was survival of the fittest, as nobody tells you when to wake up, eat breakfast, or go to class. It was my first total freedom from home, and I did not bungle the opportunity as some of our friends were christened NFA, no future ambition. Life was not as riotous as it is today, although there were few cases of spoiled brats who will do anything to lure us to exotic life on campus. But I was already fully formed in the secondary school, and the Christian ethos were never compromised. I must confess, we had our own fair share of pranks in those days too. Dad and Mom, if you are listening, let me apologize in advance for this disclosure. I remember we would steal Dad's car key for some midnight parties without his knowledge, even while living under the same roof. We would push out the car outside the compound before starting the engine, travel occasionally with the car, arrive back home safely before the family morning prayers, wash the car, and we would pour a lot of cold water on the bonnet to cool the hot engine, to forestall suspicion of a hot engine, particularly from our FBI trained investigator mom, who was sure to spot any infraction. Anyway, it is what it is. Guys must be guys. In all of this, we did not lose sight of the lessons. We were taught and we imbibed the ideals of hard work, which we were told to be the prelude to a successful life. We were taught that nothing good comes cheap, and that there is no shortcut to success in life than hard work and commitment to your chosen career. Those lessons paid off and helped a great deal in my rise through the ranks to become a professor and the dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences in Ekiti State University. I must not fail to mention that my journey in life took me at some point to the eastern part of Nigeria, where I had my youth service and my master's program. In those days, the East welcomed me with open arms. It gave me the best opportunity of appreciating the culture, mentalities, norms, and idiosyncrasies of others, and the need for a harmonious relationship. This taught me a lot of tolerance with the understanding of different cultural backgrounds. I was fully accepted into their fold. I had cordial and almost filial relationship with my supervisor, Professor F.C.O. Bioa, who took me as a son. And on a lighter note, I almost brought home an Igbo lady as a wife. Those were days when we saw each other as one, unlike today when the apparent divide is very disturbing. Talking about passion, my experience in the computer world woke up my latent talent in ICT, and this motivated me to later establish a computer outfit in Akure, Ondo State called Workman Computers. This company was an instant success, even though with a lot of rough takeoff. Workman is still flourishing under the management of my wife while I've taken to academics. Another big lesson in entrepreneurship. My worry is the continual slide in our social values with a concomitant depreciation in ethos of hard work and dignity in labor. Unfortunately, our new generation of youths have stood these ideals on their heads, believing that they can start life from the peak of life. The current situation and mindset of a sizable number of our youth stem from the growing decadence of our society and the lack of proper planning for the teeming youth by the successive governments in Nigeria. We seem to continuously mortgage our future by disregarding the spate of the conscienceless youths we breed today. Concerted effort must come from parents, opinion leaders, government, religious leaders, teachers, at all levels of education, and the youths to correct this cankerworm which makes us appear to be sitting on a keg of gunpowder. All hope is not lost. I am a believer in a Nigeria that will work. I hold on tightly to the tiny but strong rope of hope that with a will to make the difference, we can change the narrative. Our children must learn from those rosy days of ours. Take the lessons, enjoy the tales, and make a positive move towards surpassing our modest achievements. Yes, it can happen. Proudly a Rotarian, I therefore join Sir Shemori Badejo in this collective patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow for our youth. And even for us too, it is possible. It is achievable. Thank you and God bless.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good afternoon. I am Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. Bandits have attacked a mining site in Niger State and reportedly killed security agents, civilians, and kidnapped 3 Chinese nationals. The attack was said to have occurred on Wednesday afternoon in Ajataboki in Gamana ward of Shiroro local government area of Niger State. The co-convener concerned, Shiroro Youth of Niger State, Sani Koki, who confirmed the incident, said the bandits attacked the mining site and opened fire on the workers and security operatives. Now, there is palpable tension in Enugu state capital as gunmen reportedly attacked a police checkpoint and allegedly killed 2 officers on duty and orders. The incident was said to have occurred at Gariki MTD area in Enugu South local government area of the state capital. The state police public relations officer Daniel Nduko neither confirmed nor denied the incident. Gunmen have ambushed and killed an assistant superintendent of police in Oyibo local government area of Rivers State. The yet-to-be-identified officer attached to the Rivers State Police Command was said to have been ambushed by the assailants while returning from work in the Oyibo area. Though no group has claimed responsibility for the attack, the spokesperson of the State Police Command, Grace Ringe Koko, has confirmed the killing. Now, former Deputy President of the Senate, Ike Ekweremadu, has appeared before the Uxbridge Magistrate Court in the United Kingdom over organ harvesting charges. The prosecutor claims that David Ukpo, who alleged that he was coerced to donate his kidney to the senator's daughter, is 15 years. The case has been adjourned to July the 7th at Westminster Magistrate Court to enable the UK Attorney General, Suella Braverman, to determine whether the case will be tried in the country or Nigeria. President Muhammadu Buhari has restated his administration's resolve to conduct free and credible elections in 2023. Buhari, during a meeting with representatives of Nigerians living in Portugal, stated that his government will give the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the free hand to conduct the exercise. The president referenced the governorship elections in Anambra and Ekiti State as proof that his administration has zero tolerance for interference in elections, maintaining that Nigerians should be allowed to vote for people of their choice. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has blamed irresponsible faith leaders for religious tensions in the country and for failing to promote unity. Osinbajo made the remark when a delegation from the Kuje interfaith community, led by the senior pastor of King's Palace Church International, Sam Ogbodo, visited him at the presidential villa in Abuja. The vice president reiterated that everyone has a right to their faith. Constitutionally, there is freedom of worship, but it is leadership that must deliver on the most important thing. Government must deliver on services and development issues. Drug abuse among the timid Nigerian youths has generated heated debate in recent times, attracting interest from groups, organizations, individuals, and government alike. To curb this growing menace, the Nigerian Youth Parliament in the Lagos Senatorial District has organized an inter-school debate among secondary schools in the zone. Oyime tells us more.
The increasing rate of drug abuse in the society leaves much to be desired, though it is not limited to any age. It has become worrisome how the youth have been caught up in this menace in recent times. 36 schools from different parts of Lagos have converged on this venue to debate on these topical issues. For the organizers, sensitization on drug abuse has been ongoing across the country. They speak on how deep it has eaten into the fabrics of the society.
It's organized for students to interact with one another. It goes beyond we just having a speech, bringing someone to teach them. Now we want them to tell themselves in the language they understand. So in this way, they become ambassadors of anti-drug abuse.
The issue of drug abuse is alarming and is a priority for us under our Speaker, Right Honorable Dr. Azizat Hishau. And we've taken this issue hands-on, and we have produced a policy document which will be made open to the public very soon, called the Nigerian Youth Parliament Drug and Substance Abuse Control Policy Brief 2022. What we are doing here today is part of the recommendations from the policy document, which says that we should engage in cognitive behavioral education, under which we have peer-to-peer education.
We have actually been spreading our campaign against drug abuse. Just this week alone, we mapped out, the whole of the week, to commemorate the UN Day against drug abuse, which was actually on the 26th. Yesterday, Lagos State Command of NDLA had the grand finale, and all these efforts are geared towards dissuading the public, dissuading the populace, the citizens, from taking drug.
The topic of discussion focuses on the influence of drug abuse among Nigerian youths. The debate starts with students of Queen's College, Yaba, and the Girls Senior Grammar School, Obalende. It was followed by other schools with the students speaking dispassionately.
We have known for decades that addiction is a medical condition, not an incurable brain disorder, not a medical flaw, not a character flaw, or a form of social defiance. Yet with the overwhelming evidence supporting this position, drug use continues to be criminalized.
I strongly oppose the motion with the following point. Management of available resources. Instead of wasting the available resources on the well-being of the drug abusers, why not use it on enlightenment programs that will stop the masses from going into the action? Prevention, they say, is better than cure. The money spent on these drug abusers can be used for the development of the educational sector.
We had a chat with some of the students who shared their views on the menace of drug abuse to the society.
Drug abuse is also one of the activities that is being carried out. If you look around, our students no longer go to school. They go to school to take drugs. They go to in classes that are taking drugs.
Our economy today is not really helping the poor people. It's like most poor people are getting poorer and the middle class are also getting poorer. So if you're blaming poverty for the cause of drug abuse, that means that drug abuse is really increasing.
With the alarming rate of drug abuse among young people, perhaps debates such as this will go a long way in nipping the issues in the bud. Uyime Afia, Plus TV News, Lagos.
The Ondo State government has ordered all public and private institutions in the state to install closed-circuit television on their premises on or before August 1st, 2022. This followed the directive of Governor Rotimi Akeredolu that the CCTV should be installed in all public and private institutions across the state as part of the measure to fight insecurity in the state. In a statement issued by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Security Matters, Akogo Adetuji Adeleye, the Governor said that any institution that failed to comply with the directive will be shut down. Still in Ondo State, the government has said it will continue to encourage gender mainstreaming through inclusion of women in governance. Special Advisor to Ondo State Governor on Gender, Olamide Falana, disclosed this at a 3-day workshop on gender mainstreaming and development of gender policy in partnership with Action Aid Nigeria in Akure, the state capital. She said the training is designed to enhance gender-responsive planning, budgeting and implementation process, while she congratulated the participants for being part of a global trend on gender awareness. Hence, the training will equip them for tasks ahead.
Policies actually give focus to whatever we do as a state, and that's why the gender policy is going to benefit Ondo State. It's going to be a bankable policy, one that would ensure that we are able to give focus to the gender activities and give focus to the development and trajectory to the gender arm of government in the state. So it's also going to bring us lots of benefit.
They are now a change agent. They must perform their duties in their respective local government with a view to ensuring that gender equality is maintained, that who are due for one position are allowed to take it, and they must upscale their skill.
This one will have done some quick analysis of the gender issues in the state, and then their skills in gender mainstreaming is also enhanced, and then their capacity to be able to promote gender equity and equality is also improved. These three major, because in the development of policy and implementation, you are measuring two things: the CAP, knowledge, attitude, and practice, and then the skills of the staff of government.
To other parts of Africa, the UN Security Council has voted to maintain the UN peacekeeping mission in turmoil-rocked Mali, while condemning the West African nation's military rulers for using mercenaries that commit human rights and humanitarian violations. The Council also expressed grave concern at the deteriorating political and security situation in the West African nation. Russia and China abstained on the French-drafted resolution that extends the mandate of the mission until June 30th, 2023, with its current ceiling of 13,289 military personnel and 1,920 international police. And outside Africa, Russian President Vladimir Putin has said that Moscow was open to a dialogue on strategic stability and nuclear non-proliferation. Despite Russia sending troops into Ukraine on February the 24th, both Moscow and Washington have stressed the importance of maintaining communication on the issue of nuclear arms. The two countries are by far the world's largest nuclear powers, with an estimated 11,000 nuclear warheads between them. And in business, revenue allocation to federal, states and local governments has declined from a peak of 970.57 billion naira in July 2021 to 680.783 billion in May 2022. Representing a 30% reduction over the period. The decrease in allocation to these levels of government reveals the fiscal challenges facing various levels of government in Africa's biggest economy. Nigeria earns its biggest revenue from crude oil, but it has paid 2.1 trillion in the first 6 months of the year and could pay another 4 trillion naira by the end of the year, according to the International Monetary Fund estimates. And in entertainment, rapper Abdul Rashid Bello, popularly known as JJC Skills, has announced his separation from his wife, actress Funke Akindele. JJC announced via his official Instagram handle stating that his marriage with Akindele has had issues for the last 2 years and that he had to move out of the home 3 months ago after Akindele insisted he did and had not been able to have a sit-down with her since the African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards on May the 14th. And finally, in sport, the Super Eagles may have their dreams of claiming a 4th winners' medal at the African Cup of Nations delayed. Early Monday reports claim the Confederation of African Football, CAF, is considering postponing the next edition of the continent's flagship football championship in Côte d'Ivoire. The 17th edition of the Continental Championship AFCON 2023 was initially scheduled for June the 23rd to July the 23rd, 2023, but the CAF is beginning to admit that scheduling the competition in the middle of the rainy season may not necessarily be a bright idea. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful, and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is S.A. Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for S.A. Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bow to create a true S.A. Azinabor couture piece.
is Daniel Moffo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Murphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
Welcome to The Advocate on PlusTvAfrica, where we discuss thought-provoking topics in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. Here, we call a spade a spade. Today, I'm talking about the actions, or rather the inaction of the government to mob action. In the same vein, Elijah is speaking on diversity and freedom in religion and in Nigeria. Ifedolapo is looking at how running away, or japa, is now the new normal. Sit back, and after this break, we'll be here to dissect it all. Stay with us. Mob action and government lack of action. In Nigeria and by Nigerians, 2 persons were burned to death by a mob in Ijesha, Lagos State, over an alleged theft of mobile phones. Deborah Samuel was gruesomely executed and her remains burned by fellow students over alleged blasphemy in Sokoto. A teenager was burned to death by a mob on accusations of stealing a motorcycle in Auchi, Edo State. And David Imo was beaten up and set ablaze by commercial motorcyclists in Lekki Phase 1 over some yet-to-be-known crime. All these in May alone. Bear in mind that these are the ones that made the headlines. What of the ones that did not? This is our reality. Next door in Ghana, a Nigerian stole a mobile phone. And what did they do to him? He was made to clear the gutters in the community, after which he was given water to have a bath and thereafter fed. This is a Nigerian in a foreign country. How is it that he was shown mercy when his own brothers would have put a tie around his neck and set him on fire? What has happened to us as a people where we have become so completely lacking in empathy and basic human decency? The Nigerian police and other law enforcement agencies have a duty of care to protect the lives and property of her citizens, as well as defend the Constitution. However, it's beginning to look like we're in a free-for-all where everything goes and everyone can do as they please without fear of being held accountable. Now, what does the Constitution say? According to the 1999 amended Constitution, Every person has a right to life, and no one shall be deprived intentionally of his life, save in the execution of a sentence by a court in respect of a criminal offense of which he has been found guilty in Nigeria. Every individual is entitled to respect for the dignity of his person, and accordingly no person shall be subject to torture or to inhuman or degrading treatment. A person shall be entitled to a fair hearing within a reasonable time by a court or other tribunal established by law. A suspect shall be accorded humane treatment, having regard to his right to the dignity of his person, and not be subjected to any form of torture, cruelty, inhuman, or degrading treatment. A suspect shall be brought before the court as prescribed by this act or any other written law, or otherwise released conditionally or unconditionally. So, the question that begs to be answered is, for all these crimes, who has been arrested? In the case of Deborah, for instance, 2 people have been arrested, and for what crime, you may wonder? For conspiracy and inciting public disturbance, rather than for murder. In Lagos, 4 people were arrested, but have not been charged, and the governor has banned commercial motorcycles in some areas of the state. So my question is this the totality of it?
Before you forgot to add that the Nigerian that was shown empathy or love in Ghana, he also found love. You know, after eating, there was a lady that fell in love with him, allegedly. I saw it online, actually. So, this is a very serious issue, actually. I remember the very first day of my life, I saw a human being born today that was in nursery school. I remember, I can't forget, I was one of my guardians was taking me to school at that early age, and I saw a corpse being born. I was like, what happened? He was trying to close my eye. Don't look. I mean, being too inquisitive. I saw it. I guess when I go home, I couldn't sleep. I was scared. And he told me, who asked you to look? And I was like, why would they do this to people? It's inhumane, it's barbaric. Can't take laws into your hands. Our country, we have to evolve. Imagine what happened to the Uniport 4 students in 2012, the Alufo. Those boys did not rob, according to what we found out. They said they only went, although what they did, perhaps they didn't do it properly. They said they wanted to go and collect their money from someone, and the person collected money for them from a business, and when they came to maybe harass him to collect back their money, business gone wrong, he shouted, thief, thief, and that's how people came and just gathered them. Without asking what happened, they killed them. Then I remember sometime between late 90s and early 2000, one of my cousins was telling me of one incident that happened at the area. I think that was some years back. That period, a woman, her son, according to her, stole from her, and she started shouting, thief, thief. People came and started beating the child. Later, so they wanted to burn. He said, no, my pikin, no burn him. And there was another incident that happened during the lockdown. His young boy stole what, Gary? Remember that story? And he was burnt. We didn't find out. In Lagos here, that was during the lockdown. So why, this is sheer wickedness to me. There is nothing like trying to prove a point. Oh, let's kill them so that robbery will stop, or this is wrong. Many of these people that were burnt alive were actually innocent. Many of them were not guilty.
I think we should look at the fundamentals of when these mob killings happen, where does it happen? Who are the people that participate in it? We see that most people that participate in it are either illiterate or extremely poor people, or people that have nothing much going on for them. And mostly people that maybe they are poor, no hope for them, the government isn't doing much for them, society isn't doing much for them, and they probably go to bed hungry, they wake up still no hope, begging for food and looking for meat. When you get burnt, when they mob you, that's the worst thing that can happen.
Not me.
No. When they mob someone, okay, the mentality is, even though I go to bed hungry, I don't have hope, I don't have anything going on for my life, I'm still better than that person that was mobbed.
Okay, so to be honest with you, I hear you, but I just disagree with you. And the classic example is Deborah. They were not poor. They're students. They were not illiterate. They're students in a polytechnic that you would assume have a level of enlightenment. And for me, I think what I'm really trying to raise here is not even just so it's a mob, there's a mob mentality. There's something that happens when a mob takes over that really nobody can control. What really bothers me,
in that sense.
What bothers me, sorry Elijah, may I just finish? What really bothers me is the government's lack of inaction and the fact that all these things that we've talked about, they've happened, but no one has been convicted. No one has been brought to book. So look at Deborah, for instance. People have been arrested for conspiracy and disturbing the public peace. Who's been arrested for the murder? The one in Lekki as well. Yes, dude, the government has banned the motorcycles, but
it will not solve the problem.
It's not bringing the person back to life.
Yeah. For you to I think, arrest someone for murder, you need to know what final hit killed the person, and you need to know the person that made a final hit to kill the person, because that means you're accusing about 50 people of murder, which is not possible.
Well, some of them may be responsible for manslaughter. So if not murder, but
the person that started it in the first place.
I think the person that started it in the first place, in the case of like the Lekki situation, the Okada men that first came to start the opera are the ones that are being arrested, and if I can't justify it. It is appalling.
There is no justification.
I heard about the Lekki thing, and then I heard about Deborah. I'm a Muslim, and I heard that the Deborah situation had something to do with religion and this thing. And then you see, we bring a quote in our Quran that says that we shouldn't take a life. It is there. And then some people misinterpret it as we are fighting for God and this thing. And like, it's like, how many people, like even me, that I'm Muslim, I'm scared of going to this side of the place where Deborah was schooling. I won't mention the state. I'm scared of going there because they are extremists. They won't, if I'm telling them Islam is my religion, I understand you and this thing, they won't key into what I'm trying to say, because they will think like maybe I'm whitewashed or I'm westernized and this thing. They are extremists. You can't really make sense with a stupid person.
Okay, the thing is, from what you said, it's not, I would disagree with you with regard to what you said initially about the persons that are involved in mob action are usually illiterate, nothing much for them. It's not actually true. It's mob mentality.
Mob mentality.
When I was in secondary school, I remember we were having a conversation with our English teacher, and he said something, that there was a day he was driving through the popular Vaux Agri, because that period, almost every weekday when we come back from school, we're going towards Vaux, you must see a dead body along that Vaux wedding. Yeah, they've killed somebody, they've burnt someone, because there's always robbery there. Now, guess what? He said there was someone that was alleged of stealing, and before you know, God started beating him. The next thing, the woman parked her vehicle, came down from her vehicle, say, I have fuel, let's burn him. Now that woman, according to him,
did not know what was happening.
A woman, she's not.
And she had no idea what was happening.
It's just mob mentality, like you said. So the government have to be decisive. Number one, nobody has the right to take laws into their hands. If you feel somebody do something wrong, hand over the person to the police. Let the police do their job. And they should also pass a bill that anybody involved in mob action, if they can arrest the person, if you're involved one way or remotely or directly, the person should spend some time in jail, because it's wrong.
I think our problem is not that there are no laws. It's just that they are not being enforced. So pass a bill all you can. What are the existing laws? Nobody is enforcing it. And what makes me really sad is the fact that our law enforcement agencies appear to be completely impotent and unable to do anything about it. I mean, in Lekki, you heard that, the police came and the mob overpowered the police. And, I mean, that is just so sad. Anyway, up next is Elijah. Stay with us.
religion and the state, on diversity, freedom, and neutrality of justice administration. Feed the hungry, visit the sick, set free the captives. These words were from Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him. A house divided against itself can never stand. This saying goes for any group, community, or entity that refuses to accommodate differences. In the light of recent happenings in Nigeria, it is obvious that there is rivalry from ethno-religious intolerance, which is humongous threat to a unity and diversity. This is evident in the recent case of Deborah Yakubu Samuel, a student of the Shehu Shagari College of Education in Sokoto, who was killed in school premises with accusations of blasphemous utterances. These insane acts and other violent acts like terrorism, bombings, kidnappings have proven that the nation is tilting from a secular state to a state threatened by religious and tribal intolerance. Section 38(1) of the Nigerian Constitution, as amended in 1999, clearly states, every person shall be entitled to the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, and as such, no religion should be imposed as superior to others in the state. At this rate, our diversity is no longer seen as the glue that bonds us together, rather, almost a menace to our coexistence. Blasphemy is an offense under Islamic Sharia law, effective across Nigeria's 12 majority Muslim northern states. Section 204 of the Nigerian Criminal Code stipulates a 2-year imprisonment for public insult on religion. Nonetheless, charges of blasphemy are typically brought by Muslims against Christians or other Muslims. Blasphemy laws seem at odds with Section 38 and 39 of the Nigerian Constitution, which guarantees freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and expression. Even the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom has declared them, that is, blasphemy laws, inconsistent with universal human rights. Now, the question is, how can we uphold freedom of expression while respecting other views or ideas with respect to ethno-religious concerns? Perhaps considering these processes may be a pathway to this question and managing our diversities. Empathy, building actionable framework in public spaces that addresses ethno-religious issues. Accountable religious and traditional institutions. Religious and traditional leaders or rulers should be peace brokers in time of crisis and should be responsive while being held accountable for their sermons and actions. Political leaders should always act in the best interest of the nation and not in their personal ambition. Educational institutions should instill the right ideas and knowledge that promotes human capacity and tolerance. Government should be neutral in administering justice, promoting policies that strengthens our common coexistence while managing our diversity as a nation. Let us ponder on these words by Adam Grant, an organizational psychologist and best-selling author. It's hard to keep an open mind if you don't have an open heart. You don't have to agree with what people think to learn from how they think. You don't have to share their identity to be curious about what shaped it. Treating people with civility is a prerequisite for discovery. May the soul of Deborah Yakubu Samuel and other victims of ethno-religious conflicts rest in peace.
Amen.
Amen.
It's so sad. I don't even know what's this kind of thing as a parent. You know, it just breaks you because you're thinking this could be anyone's child. You've sent your child to school. You've brought up this child up to the age where you're now thinking, oh, this child will soon be able to go into the world themselves, and one day you hear this terrible news. Worse still, I think, is the fact that you never get closure, do you, with mob actions and things like that, because there's no one to hold accountable. So you don't get closure, you don't get justice because of the government's inertia to prosecuting the people who do this thing. How do you then not wake up every day just angry at life and angry at the things that life has thrown you?
Yeah.
You know, when you're talking about the religion and what comes to mind is how people think that they need to help God. God is God. You know, everything just baffles me.
Yeah.
God has the power to just strike anybody dead if that is what he wants to do. He doesn't need our help. And when you think of the atrocities that people have committed in the name of religion on both sides of the divide, I mean, when you think of in the olden days when people were burnt at the stake for what they believed in, like what you said, Elijah, you know, just that inability to allow everyone to believe in what they believe. My belief doesn't have to infringe on your own belief, and we don't have to believe the same thing. May the soul of Deborah and all the people who have gone, you know, before her, may it rest in peace.
Amen. What you just said about like my belief is my belief and your belief is your belief is still in our Quran, and we read it every time. It's on the first 10 pages, first 10 surah. And we read it, we say it every time, like your religion is yours, mine is mine, do yours, I'll do mine. It is there, we know that. So I'm not even going to speak on like that they did it because of Allah or they did it for Islam. They did it because of their own I don't know.
Closed, myopic.
It's not for God, because you read it every time. When you read the first 10 surahs, the shortest 10 surahs that we read, you read it every single time. Your religion is yours, mine is mine. There's nowhere that is saying that their religion because of their religion.
I didn't know that.
It's there. It's there. So, but I think, do we not think that it is lack of humanity though that we are facing? All over the world, actually, but more so in Nigeria, because we are here. It is lack of humanity, because when you put anything above humanity or above your human conscience, then you feel like anything goes. If as a human, I can't empathize with you, or I can't say that if I do this to you, it will hurt you, then, and I'm saying, oh, because of God, even if it hurts you, God permits me to do it, then, like, is our humanity not, like, I feel like our humanity is dead in this part of the world.
Definitely eroded and dead.
Well, I think it's a matter of incitement and wrong or toxic sermon. Now, I have so many Muslim friends, even from the north, called Fulani Muslims, my good friends, good ones, very good Nigerian citizens, good Muslims. And I had the opportunity of interacting with a sheikh. He's a scholar. And he sent me some messages on WhatsApp. He gave me some quote from the Prophet, peace be unto him. He said some things and then I went to the internet to do some research. I found out that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, actually had Christian businessmen he transacted business with. He visited Jewish that were sick in his community or within the vicinity he had a Christian or a Jewish person was sick. He goes to visit them and show care. So I don't know where they get all their idea from.
I am as lost.
So I think it's incitement, wrong, hateful, and toxic sermon. This is where the government need to monitor.
Absolutely, that's what I was going to say. That government in action has helped to perpetuate these things. If at any point in time, any of these things, because this is not the first time these things have been happening, but at no time has anyone been brought to book. If at some point the government or government agencies have come up and say, this is what this person did, and this is, because murder is murder. Yeah. There's nowhere where the law says that, oh, you can kill somebody because they said something nasty about you. If everyone were to go about killing people who said nasty things about them or things they didn't agree, I don't think there would be any human on earth standing. People, I just blame the government. In Nigeria, I blame the government because I don't hear of this thing. Obviously, I don't know everything, but I don't hear of situations like this, even in core Muslim countries, that there's just mob.
Yeah.
Then I believe that the Sharia law will take its course. And so so what's happening is there's no law. Even the Sharia law is not taking its course, because I want to assume that you must at least be found guilty. And you must at least have stood in a court of your peers or whatever to be adjudged guilty, and then a sentence passed. But that is not happening because the government is ineffective.
These people cannot be judge and jury in their situation. And this is an opportunity for me to say this to our leaders, especially those from that side of the country.
Are they listening?
One of them in particular, I won't mention his name, is a presidential aspirant. He's treated.
Can you imagine?
Lack of being responsible. So I'm waiting for them. What's
it shows that he doesn't stand for anything.
He wants the vote.
You should
he's lost everyone.
Stamp your foot down and say
he
this is wrong. So it's good. Let's condemn it. And this is where I actually applaud some of the Muslim scholars that called him, like a popular sheikh. I think that was Sheikh Gumi. So he said he was condemning and he gave instances that this is wrong. So please let's preach peace. Let's preach love. Let's preach harmony. And let's be accountable and responsible for our country. Let's promote humanity. They say the humanity and the covenant of life is more important than anything. Whether you kill for religious reasons or stealing, you kill somebody because it's true or whatever.
Or for love.
It's wrong. Yeah, of course. If you say so, like Romeo and Juliet kiss. But let's try to promote humanity. We are not in the medieval era. What era is that? The Viking era.
Just kill anyhow. Kill and go.
No, it's wrong. All right. Up next is Ife Dolapo. Stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Running away, aka Japa, the new normal. At first, Japa started as a joke, but it very quickly became the norm in the past 4 years. Nigerians travel out to search for greener pastures and security. Families are separating very early on. Parents are separated from their kids. Siblings are torn apart. More than looking at the pros, can we look at the cons? Can we talk about the root cause of this new norm? First, governance. It's no news that we've been unlucky with our choices of leaders this past decade, and we can see that clearly in the current state of the country. If this is one of the major reasons that people japa, what then should we be looking to hear from incoming government officials? What new promises will convince people to stay put and not consider leaving this country? Economy. The Nigerian economy is a mess. We are in the dark era where payout stays the same, but the cost of living keeps going higher. The value of $1 to Naira is now at 610 Naira per dollar. We are consuming more than we are producing and still heavily dependent on other countries for our finished oil and food. No independence in sight. How will such an economy convince people to stay and not japa? Value of life. We all know that the value of life in Nigeria is equal to 0. No 911 or emergency response units to come to your aid. In fact, if you do get some good Samaritans to come to your aid, there's no assurance that the hospital will have space for you or have oxygen tank. Once you are in a ghastly accident, you can see the end in sight with little or no hope. How then will such situation convince someone to stay and not japa? Security. Insecurity in Nigeria is at an all-time high, from mob killing to SARS and police officials harming instead of protecting, to help robbing and killing their bosses because they know they can get away with it. You could be driving back from work and get stabbed inside your car. You could walk down the street and have your bags snatched by little boys not much older than 14. You have to stay in constant paranoia, otherwise you become a prey. How will such insecurity convince someone to stay and not japa? Opportunities. After spending years in school and coming out with a first class, what jobs or type of living is available to you? Many a times we've seen first-class graduates become bond sellers or POS merchants. No opportunity to practice what they studied. No opportunity to earn a living from it. How then will such a situation convince us to stay and not Japa?
Well, I'm going to respond to you. You have made your argument, and sadly, it's true. Unfortunately, the only way out of Nigeria, I'm going to point out 3 major things. Number one, managing diversity. Just like I said before, there is something I discovered in a documentary from the United Arab Emirates. Do you know that the government is intentional about enforcing unity and diversity, managing diversity among Christians and Muslims? There's a mosque in United Arab Emirates within churches that is called Mary, the Mother of Jesus Mosque. They named it because of, in honor of the Christians around that area. Because they are trying to tell them that we have different religions, but let's stick together and make the country work. If Nigeria can manage diversity, I guess our insecurity issues will reduce drastically, because most of our insecurity issues are due to ethno-religious problems. We know there are other things along the side, and the other one is structure. We need proper structure in the country, and our MDAs need to function so that they can have policies that will support local businesses and be an enabling environment for foreign investments, that people can come and invest in this country and provide opportunity for young people. It's not wrong for anybody to leave any country if you wish to. After all, people leave America, but to other countries, reasons best known to them. But in Nigeria, it's because we have this mindset that many people have this mindset that if you don't leave Nigeria, you won't make it. I don't know that you've interacted with millionaires.
Are they wrong?
And they are not
Are they wrong?
Yeah, in a way, it's programming. It's mental programming.
No, it's not programming. I just listed like 5.
Yeah,
I said
based on the
government,
situation,
insecurity. Can you take them one by one? Like, we are going to vote next year, 2023, yeah? We are going to bring a new governance. What are they going to say to us that will make the youth want to stay back and not go? Like, these are some points that I need you to be able to say to me as a youth that I might be considering Japa. Like, what are they going to bring to the table? Insecurity. I could live here now in my car. Once I get stuck in traffic, I'll be scared for my life because anybody can bust my window. What are you saying to me that would make me stay, knowing that situation can happen? Like, I think you are being
Elijah,
very, very
I think that your response is so academic.
Yeah,
it sounds like something that you're supposed to just.
We are coming from an ideal situation, so I'm going somewhere.
No, because you sound very academic.
Yeah, I'm going somewhere.
This is our reality.
I want you to get to where you're going so that I can say what I want to say.
Vocalize and stop the decks of the government. These people, they go out, they see how outside this country function, and they are happy to go buy properties there. When they come back, they leave the country the way it is. Whether you like it or not, build houses and have 10 million houses in London and the US, and we have many Nigerians jackparing. Let me use that language. We still have to care for our country because it's our country. You go.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, Elijah, actually, Nigeria ceases to be their country once they get to that country and they get the right of, on whatever you call it. Because you see, I'm home and I do not have the rights that should be accorded to me as a citizen.
Yeah.
And then I go to a foreign place, I am welcomed, I get a job, security is paramount, I can pick up the phone and call 911, I'm sick, I can call the ambulance. Nobody is asking me to pay up front before they look after me.
Yeah.
What is not to Japa?
That is why I said the structure. The government have to pay attention to structure, responding to 911.
What government? What government?
The government of the day. That is not. We have our government.
So in my mind, I'm
Some
thinking,
of them are sabotaging.
I don't know who those people that you're talking about. I don't know where they are. I don't know whether they've been born yet, because I'm thinking in my newspaper, I'm reading about some mighty figures. 1.9 trillion naira that somebody just ate. 9.5 billion, 410. I'm thinking, my goodness,
billion.
All this, and then you are saying the government. Which government are you talking about? I don't understand. When you've said what you said, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. When you said what you said, all those things that you were listing out, I just felt like just lying down and just crying. That's what I feel like doing, because. And this is me who loves Nigeria. This is me who has been hopeful for my 50-something plus years that Nigeria is going to get better. Every day I'm thinking Nigeria is going to get better. But now I do not have even a moral justification to tell anybody who wants to leave not to leave. Because what are you, you're talking about the ideal, but there's no ideal. There's no ideal.
I can't, anybody that wants, I don't even, I call it escaping. All the people who are escaping, so I don't say they're relocating, I'm like, they're just escaping. And I'm like, can't I just follow you and just escape with you?
And I'm going to give 2 scenarios that are personal to me. So I have a cousin, she wasn't good in school at all. She wasn't good at school work. And then no matter how they disciplined her, no matter how the lesson teacher we brought, that just wasn't her thing. And then when she finished secondary school, before she wrote JAMB, but before the result and all this thing came, during that interim, she was working for a restaurant in Lagos, doing for an internship or whatnot. They were paying her peanuts, but just so she does not sit at home before university result came. But then her mom was able to work something else out. She was able to travel abroad. When she got there, she joined a female soccer team. She's doing very well. She wasn't good with education. She was good at soccer. With soccer, she's able to send money home to her parents. With soccer, she's like, if she was here in Nigeria, she's like, there. That's the opportunity.
I can imagine how bad they made her feel here.
We don't have that structure.
That's the opportunity I'm talking about. Now, education didn't work. You see an opportunity for something else to work. In America, you see work that I'm an influencer, and that's what the person does, and they're making a good living. Is there that opportunity yet? That's one scenario. Second scenario is this girl going home from work. She was driving, she passed through our Eco Bridge, traffic held her up, and then this guy said that it was a girl driving, only her in the car. They busted her window. He wanted to stab her in the neck, but she was able to put her shoulder just to get a phone that you would sell for 20,000 naira. Are you telling me if that girl, which we've already told her she should travel, if that girl comes to you and say, what do you think? Should I just put all my savings together and leave? Are you going to look at her in her eyes and say, no, still stay and fight? Like, what's the rationale behind saying that someone like that should stay? Like, I just don't understand it. And I'm bringing this up just so that I can be convinced, or maybe you have something to say that won't paint the picture as bad. Because I have a brother that's finished university that is sitting at home and getting the job for what he studied political science, getting a job to fit that. It's not happening.
So that's another thing.
I don't understand.
That's another thing. You know, like, so I know for a fact that when you're in a Western country, they don't really care about your university degree. Because I have 3 children that have been to university and all that. Nobody cares. Because whatever job you get, they're going to train you for that job. So in Nigeria, they like, you must be a lawyer, you must be a... My daughter, when she did law, and then she decided that she doesn't want to be a lawyer. She's actually doing her master's and is in law school, but she decided that she doesn't want to be a lawyer. So she's got a job in compliance. She's had to learn everything from scratch, but she will soon be like, you know, that is her core.
Yeah.
The fact that she has a law degree has no bearing on what she's doing now.
Well, I wouldn't say education didn't work for your cousin. I think it's the kind of education. Even why she what I'm saying is that why she was doing her soccer stuff there, because that environment, their concept of education is not like our concept of education here.
Yeah.
Our education is go and read book, get certificate. Their own education is solving problem.
It's practical.
And being fit to where your passion lies. That's education. So you won't say education didn't work for
No,
her.
I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I never said
academics.
I didn't say education didn't work for her. I said if she was still here,
she would be languishing.
She will be a shadow of herself.
Demoralized.
Demoralized with nothing to show for herself. In just 4 years that she has moved, she would even send me money.
The education they worked for her. I know our problem is structure.
Very clear.
I think the question, you were asking is, what can somebody say to you
to
convince you to stay?
Like what?
I personally, like I said, I have no moral. I cannot ask anybody to stay, and that makes me sad.
Yeah.
Because I believe in Nigeria. And I love Nigeria. And my fear is, what's going to happen to these children who are growing up, and even the ones that are unborn?
Yeah.
The best of Nigerians' brains. They're just living in droves.
Yeah.
Every day you go to the hospital, you ask for your doctor has jackpot, your nurse has jackpot. Only the hospital is still standing. Everybody who works there has left. And it's sad because they're living to better. You can see that they're living to better. Yeah. So the only area that I will agree with you is until our government gets up and do something. You know, I've thought of, can't somebody just come like a Rollins and just do the Rollins?
Or Donald Trump.
I'm just like, somebody need to go.
We need to get your PVC. Let's start with that one first.
Yes.
Get your PVC.
You're right.
The only action is I cannot
Okay,
convince you.
PVC.
Get your PVC.
Elijah,
vote.
okay, PVC.
Yes, yeah.
Who, Peter Obi has just absconded to another party.
He has not yet
So who is APC? Okay, look at APC and tell me who they're bringing that, even if you had your PVC, you would want to vote for. And that's what she's saying. Who amongst these people are we even going to say, oh, this person can save us?
You know, in
I don't
politics,
see a Messiah.
anything, 24 hours is quite a very long time for anything to happen. So let's watch and see what happens.
Okay.
Why we hope that the parties will bring forth
credible
individuals. Get your PVCs. That's only what I would advise. If you complain about Nigeria, if you ask me, get your PVC. That's
we will.
I have my PVC.
Let's try.
I have my PVC. I have been voting since democracy restarted. I have been voting. Sometimes I have voted for people knowing that this person is not going to win, but my conscience would not allow me to vote for someone that I know that they probably cooked and that person is going to come anyway. Ife, I don't know. I cannot tell you not to japa. I'm sorry. I can't tell. I don't think that anyone can tell anyone right now. Even parents are like, please japa when you get the sent for me.
That is why I said this thing has become from reality to ingrained in our mind that we just believe that the country cannot work unless you japa. These same people that are causing problem in the country, when they go out there, they respect their system. They respect their system and they
so why do they not? Why are they causing? Because the government will not. No, because the government will not enforce any laws.
Which government? I'm talking about the those in government.
No, the constituted authority. Okay.
Which are part of the people. They have their family members abroad. Many of them have second citizenship.
Yeah, absolutely.
When they go to those countries, they do very well.
There was a bill,
but when they come here, they just believe it's Nigeria.
There was a bill that somebody was trying to pass recently, I think Sejus Oguns, in the House of Representatives, where he was saying that they should ban, children of public office holders going abroad to school. Of course, they knocked it down because they know that they have not put anything in place to make sure that their children stay here, and that is just as everything else in Nigeria. It's just sad. I'm just at the point where I'm almost, I don't know if we're even allowed to say this on TV because, I mean, we should at some point be able to encourage people and be like, oh, this is Nigeria. But I'm just so sad and I'm getting to the point where I'm just losing hope in this country because the people that we have elected to build, they seem to not care or want to. What comes to my mind is there's this place in the Bible where God was telling one of the kings and saying that, oh, because you did this, this is what I'm going to do to you. And the king was like, it's okay. You are going to do it after I'm dead. It's not me who is going to suffer for it. And I can just, it's my children, so it's okay. I won't be here.
Yeah.
But you must care about what happens to your children.
Leaders
but they
think
don't say
about the future. Politicians think about the next election.
We only have politicians.
Many people we don't have any leaders.
We don't have leaders. We don't have any leader.
I want to become president.
We don't have any leader.
You destroy the system, and when you are done, you carry your family and go to America to go and stay. Then the country suffers. That's what happens now. That's what happens.
Yeah, I think I brought up this topic because I have my answer.
You're about to japa?
No, not because I'm about to japa. Because I'm a startup founder, and there are other startup founders that I'm friends with, and we are building for this country.
So you're staying?
Because
are you staying?
Because if the government won't do it, then we are doing it ourselves.
Absolutely.
And what we are facing now is that they are bringing up regulation to block what we are trying to do. But still, regardless, we are doing it because we like japa, we like move out of this country to go and live in another country. No. But we like move to we like go to other countries to see what's going on there, and then come back to still continue building out my team. Yes, absolutely. That's what I'll be doing. But we like take my siblings out of this country. Of course, they are going to leave this country. Will my children be born in this country? No. But we like stay in this country to build out my startup with my fellow startup colleagues. Yes, I will.
If they will let you, because being an entrepreneur myself, I don't know how any government would make it so difficult for humans to thrive and help them. So I am an employer of labor. And I'm thinking, I am helping the government because these are people who otherwise would not have a job and will constitute again to a problem or nuisance
for the society.
Yeah.
Is the government helping me to achieve this? Are they helping to make sure that I succeed? No.
No.
Diesel, you cannot do business without diesel. The diesel is not to be hard, or it's to be hard at a price that is too high.
Yeah.
Is there power? Is there electricity? No. So again, you think to yourself, is there security?
Our brothers
no.
sit at home.
So we are paying taxes and all. Then where I live, we have gates almost at every street. So we're still paying estate dues for our own security again, because the government has refused to provide security. So we're providing security. When transformer gets fault, we're buying transformer. It's just too much, and it's just wrong.
Yeah.
Just imagine what is happening now. I'm just trying to imagine the brilliant ideas that Governor Soludo talked about before he became governor. Now he's there now. He's trying to make it work. Look at the way they are frustrating him.
They become
redundant. He's now fighting from sit at home to, they beheaded last week. You heard of the
woman
lawmaker.
Okay.
No, I'm not even talking about the lawmaker that was beheaded. His head was. I think we're in Vikings, and they hanged his head on his stick.
Oh my God!
Before they killed that woman and her children in Anambra State.
In Anambra State, nobody has been brought to book. Nobody has been brought to book.
People are scared there. The governor has brilliant idea, but now it can't work now because you see how the state is. Now the Igbos or the indigenous that are outside doing well outside, I hope they will come back to set up businesses.
When they see that, they're not coming back now.
Yeah, they can't.
They'll be scared of coming back.
They cannot come.
So again, I think that the psyche
if you go to
is
the
everywhere.
north, the same thing. So
our psyche needs to be rejigged. I don't know, it's like they should just give birth to every Nigerian again and put something
Let
in
me
us.
throw a little bit of humor. So
Okay.
Yoruba people to the rescue. If the East is burning down and the North is burning down.
This is not lobbying. So Yoruba people have their own. We all have.
See, the country is actually
our own.
We just want to have our own and their party.
We just want to party. We just want to party.
And shout.
It's still not safe.
That's what we want
But
to
let's
have.
not be fooled by
Yeah.
the fact that you think Lagos is relatively safe, so you're okay.
No, we don't think. Obviously, what she's talked about, those are
I'm
the
just
things
saying
that are happening in
generally
Lagos.
speaking, generally speaking. Because people think, it's happening in this, it's happening in us, no concerns. I did Lagos.
The
nothing
mob
happened.
killing happening in Lekki.
No, the
our
question
almighty
is, it's
Lekki.
too close
So we
for
know
comfort.
we know it's
Anything can
happening
happen
in Lagos.
anytime.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, you know what I'm
Anything can
looking
happen
forward
anytime.
to? I am looking for someone to just come and shake the table, turn everything upside down, and give APC a run, a serious run for their money, both in Lagos and Nigeria as a whole.
Politicians
But I think
All
the
of
same
their
people
laws.
moving from PDP to APC, APC to
Yeah, the
PDP.
same
Like
people.
they
There
keep
are some people
moving.
now. Look at
Like-
Banky W
My
just won
analogy,
House of
if
Reps
you-
for Etiosa local government.
Which
There's
is good.
hope.
Yes.
But I'm thinking, where are these NSAS people? This is time for all of them to come out. I would have thought to see more of
I
them
hope they'll be
in
supporting
politics.
you.
I hope they
You
do.
block something.
I hope they
but
do.
to me, I don't see any reason as changing parties to solve problem. Because if you see a man that has a very nasty character and you call him XYZ, his name is XYZ.
I'm not
and
voting for
tomorrow
parties.
the man changed his name to ABC.
It's still the same.
It's still the
person.
same
Me,
person.
I'm not voting for party. I'm voting for
Individuals,
individuals.
right?
So I may vote for one
Look at their
person in
ideologies.
APC for gubernatorial. I may vote for
I
somebody
think we
in
have
Labour
great
Party.
Nigerians.
That's what I'm going to do.
We have great Nigerians, good Nigerians.
Oh, we do. If
But
you
these
travel
people
across
don't have
Africa,
the
you
necessary-
know.
They don't have the necessary, maybe financial or support or grassroots mobilization
To do
to
that.
get there. Because
Yeah.
some of these so-called
We would probably go on and on
politicians
and on because
that are corrupt, they have held captive the people.
we would
So
probably
that-
go on and on and on because we have so much to say and very little time to say it in. So we thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hope our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way encouraged you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, makes a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, PlusTvAfrica, hashtag The Advocate NG, and on Twitter and Instagram at PlusTvAfrica, hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time.
Urinary tract infection is simply infection of the urinary tract. So the body is divided into systems. And of course, you have, just like you have the digestive system, neurologic system, you have the urinary tract or urinary system, which is made up of the kidneys, the ureter, the bladder, and the urethra. Okay, these four parts form the urinary system. Any infection in any part of the system is what we simply call the urinary tract infection. Basically, every infective organism can cause urinary tract infection. The most common ones are your bacteria, your fungi, and viruses. You have virus infections that can cause urinary tract infection. You have fungi that can cause, especially in immunocompromised individuals. For an example, people on high levels of suppressants, immunosuppressants, or high levels of chemotherapies, or patients who have come down with retroviral infections. Then, in very common cases, are bacterial infections that cause urinary tract infection, which are the common ones that we see. So you have things like streptococcus, you have things like H. influenza, you have things like E. coli. In worst cases, you have Klebsiella, and of course, all of these bacteria can actually cause urinary tract infection. When they affect the different levels of the body, they have their different symptoms. So some of them get as far as the kidneys, cause things like pyelonephritis, and it further goes down to damaging symptoms. Okay, so it can be caused by bacteria, fungi, viruses are the commonest one. Protozoas can also cause it, and sometimes worms infections. 5 major steps actually preventing urinary tract infections. Number 1 is maintaining a good hygiene. Hygiene has been seen to be implicated in urinary tract infections, and if you are not very careful with, especially with the underwears, you can recurrently cause urinary tract infection. And then, of course, with the areas of sanitation, the restrooms are very implicative. And even in, partners, sexual partners, sometimes you may need to be very cautious. Okay, so basically hygiene. Oftentimes you see ladies not properly, use their underwears, or sometimes they not even use it or properly wash. So it's usually recommended that they wash recurrently with maybe a hypo, a sanitizer, as it were, or a jig, a detergent, and sometimes even iron. Okay, the reason for iron is to give the heat if you don't want to discard completely. All right. Other prevention mechanisms includes proper dieting. Okay. When we eat right, we prevent a lot of things. Sometimes when we do a lot of sugar, you provide a habitable environment for these microbes to grow. All right. A lot of sugar. Yeah. Sometimes we even think that high protein diets are very effective, but no, you further even provide, because you see, in improper dieting, you alter the pH of the body. This pH of the body is what is responsible for the maintaining a proper environment that organisms does not grow. When you distort it, certain organisms now begin to thrive in places where they're not supposed to thrive. A third thing is water, hydration. Good level of hydration, okay, keeps us consistently cleansed out. The fourth one is, it's been said that especially in women, they ought to clean from front to back. Rather, yes, from front to back, not from back to front. Okay, that's the proper way of cleaning. And then there's been some drinks that have been used in, especially berry drinks, cranberry drinks, have been very effective in the GI. So if you have drinks that have the cranberry or berry nectar, you have a good chance of preventing it. Some other ways of preventing: regular testing, you can prevent your urinary tract infections. Yeah. The symptoms of urinary tract infections includes a recurrent urge to want to use the restroom. You have that recurrent, and sometimes it could be very little amount of urine that could come out. You could have burning sensation in the process of urinating. You could have, itchiness. You could have cloudy urine. Sometimes discolored urine that could either be red or dark coke colored and all that. And then one other thing, pain, especially lower abdominal pain. One of the classical symptoms, lower abdominal pain. For men, you could see, of course, some burning sensations on trying to urinate. Usually not so much. And they could also have discharge, but that happens more with sexually transmitted infections. Now, the point about improper treatment, especially in females, is that it's responsible for high levels of infertility when it's not properly treated. The bad part of urinary tract infection is that it takes a quiet stage and right there in the body, and many people walk away, especially guys, especially men. They feel that they're good, and so it takes a quiet stage, and then over time, it's the cause of, or they become transmitters. Then the women eventually are the ones who come down with the symptoms, but they or never come down with the symptoms at all, and then life is good. The treatment plan for urinary tract infections can last for more than 2 weeks. It's important that you do not prescribe or you do not recommend yourself many of these roadside drugs that people do, especially when you hear things like staph aureus and stuff. No, none of that is just very unacceptable. In the treatment of urinary tract infections, you get tested first and you get drugs that are sensitive to these infections. Now, for some reasons, when adequate doses of these drugs are not taken, especially to completion, like I said to you, many times the treatment could last for as much as 2 weeks because of the level for where they are. The urinary tract infection is one of the lowest parts of the body. All right. So you have to do that long. If you don't do that, you begin to grow resistant strains of these microbes, and then you have to do it again and again. But the next time you're coming back to hit it, you don't get the same response like you got the first time. So it's important that whenever you're going to get treated, you treat for a very long time, as much as 2 weeks, sometimes injections first, and then you complete the dosage with a couple of tablets that are sensitive to the organism. Whenever there is recurrence of urinary tract infection, it's important that you pay attention to hygiene. Check hygiene levels very importantly, and that simply means that you may want to discard all underwears and replace them. Have proper baths. Just pay more attention. Number one, you never treat urinary tract infections without trying to treat your partner. It's important that you check out your partner, especially when it is one partner. Okay, if there's multiple partners, you just have to do something about that. All right. Okay. But then you want to also pay attention to your partner. The second and the third important thing is to check your fluid balance and all the other exogenous things you take. Now, when you're treating with the drugs, I recommend that you do injections first and then you do orals. Many times orals don't get as deep and as far as what the injections will do. So even when you see sensitivity for certain drugs, you want to try the injections first. For me, I practice for 5 days minimum. And then subsequently, the books sometimes say up to 7 days. All right. And you do, subsequently you do the injections. When you do that, you get a better result because of the penetrating capacity of injections compared to tablets.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging.